Call back to session, meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisors Frost.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next up.
Okay, for item 42, we're holding this over till 2:45, so we're going on to item 43.
Okay.
Adopt an urgency ordinance temporarily prohibiting no-fault evictions through December 31, 2019 for residential real property built prior to January 1, 2005.
Mr. Gill?
Ms. Travis?
Sorry, he's asking me a question.
He's entitled to do that. He's a reporter.
I know.
That's what they do.
Thank you. I will kick this off for your discussion. As you all know, on October 22nd, the board requested that staff come back with a possible urgency ordinance related to no-fault evictions. The ordinance that you have before you closely mirrors the no-fault eviction moratorium that will be effective on January 1st with the enactment of AB 1482, the Tenant Protection Act of 2019. Basically, to summarize, no-fault evictions are prohibited under this ordinance. At-fault evictions, which are enumerated in Section 4B of the ordinance, would be allowed. This ordinance exempts certain different types of housing. There's 9 different exemptions that can be found in Section 4C as well. One of the key questions that I think your board has and that advocates have asked is what types of eviction notices that have been served already would this apply to? It does apply to eviction notices that have been served but not yet finalized, and it also applies in a case where there has been an unlawful detainer proceeding or other litigation started but not yet concluded. This office believes that this ordinance is legally permitted as an exercise of the police powers to preserve public peace, health, and safety, and those findings are indicated as well in the ordinance.
Thank you. Mr. Cerna.
Thank you. Just want to make clear with our county council, and so the public has the benefit of hearing the answer. This measure, this urgency ordinance, if approved by, I believe it's going to require 4/5 of this board.
That is correct.
It will be in effect for basically the balance of the calendar year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it's not like we're proposing an inability for landlords to otherwise act outside of the parameters of this ordinance other than 7 weeks or so.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just a question for council. So in the ordinance proposal, it does address, and I assume that comports with state law, but at-fault just cause actions by which evictions can be served. Just help me understand, though, you said about when there's been an unlawful detainer filed. So in a case where the landlord believes, as for one of the things that's outlined in the ordinance on page 4, continue over to page 5, but that's being challenged in court, so this would then, this ordinance, in addition to those no-fault notices, but where an at-fault was action was taken, and then unlawful detainer action to defend against that was brought, it would forestall those evictions as well? I mean, there already are under the law. I mean, obviously there's a due process, but I want to be clear what you said a moment ago as it related to due process.
Right. I believe that your statement is accurate. In the context of this situation, though, I think it's important to realize in the case of no-fault evictions, and if a tenant did not move out, then the property owner could then start an unlawful detainer action. And if that unlawful detainer action was still being litigated after the expiration of the original notice, that's the key, I think, difference here.
Okay, so it goes to the short time frame.
Right. So I think it gives the tenants a little bit more protection for no-fault eviction notices that haven't been fully litigated yet.
Okay, in order to meet the 90-day requirement in advance of the state law kicking in January 1st, any of those no-fault eviction notices would have had to have been delivered already? Because I think we heard testimony last week that some folks were looking at the day before Christmas or day after Christmas, and so something that was a no fault that was filed today not enough time would pass, so it would be, there would, in essence, it would be a moot point?
No, if it was served anytime today and after, then this ordinance would be applicable. If it was served anytime before today, it would still be applicable if those two things hadn't happened. If the notice hadn't expired,
Okay.
the 60 or 90 or 30-day notice, or if the unlawful detainer litigation or any other litigation challenging that eviction was not yet concluded.
And so the effective date of this goes back to the date of the legislation being statuted at the state level, October 8th? Is that
No, the
right?
effective date is today, if you pass it.
But it forestalls if people give a
The effect
notice.
of the ordinance can go back to when an eviction notice was served, if it's not yet run out. The time has not run out. So it's not really tied to the actual passage of the litigation, and it's not considered a retroactive ordinance because the effective date is here forward. But the key, I think, is that it applies to eviction notices that have already been served but not yet expired.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you. This is a question for our CEO, because I know we received a late email expressing great concern about the timing of inspections at the Bell Avenue apartments relative to the timing of this hearing, with the concern being that residents and those advocating on behalf of them would not have an opportunity to be in two places at once. So I'd like you to speak briefly to that, please.
Sure. I'm going to have Steve Hartwick give you the background. The bottom line is that we did not do any inspection this morning, but Steve will give you some more detail on it.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Serna. As a part of the rental housing inspection program, which the board approved and staff implemented in 2008, with the purpose of proactively identifying blighted or deteriorated conditions, and also to ensure that rental housing units are meeting all the building standards. This program is ongoing. It's scheduled about 60 days in advance for every unit, every property that they're going to inspect. I did forward an email to the board earlier this morning showing that the property owner was actually placed on notice October 3rd that the inspection was scheduled for today. So that was prior to any understanding that we had that there were eviction issues with that particular location. So we did cancel today's inspection so that tenants and or property representatives could make themselves available for this meeting, and we'll reschedule that for your future date. But this program is to ensure that tenants are receiving housing that meets all the standards and is not in a blighted condition. So that's the main reason for the program. When staff managers of the unit tend to look through the agenda to see if there's anything that might be an issue, this is a generic item to talk about no eviction moratoriums, and so it doesn't mention that particular location specifically. So they were not aware that that was kind of the root of maybe some of this discussion today.
Great, I appreciate the explanation. So the bottom line is that it was more or less just chance that the date happened to be November 5th. There was no intent to try and keep people from being speaking at this hearing or being at this hearing based on the fact that they might feel like they have an obligation to be at the apartment complex.
That is correct.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Frost.
Just have a question for County Council relating to the no fault, and I wanted to ask, does this allow for termination of sale of a rental? Like if an owner is selling their rental, does it allow them to terminate tenancy for the sale of a rental?
Only
Or
in the
does it-
case, only in the case where there's an at-fault justification for doing so.
So an innocent property owner who is just selling their property can't sell their property?
No, they can still sell the property. It has nothing to do with the sale of the property. It just has to do with the tenants residing in the
So they
property.
can't take possession of their property? This would obstruct them taking possession of their property if someone wanted to come in and buy it as an owner-occupied purchase?
You know, if it would apply to owner-occupied purchases, that is one of the exemptions for owner-occupied real estate.
So if it was
That would be
being,
exempt from the ordinance.
if it was being sold as a rental, then it would not be exempt?
Well, it doesn't address sale, like I said, so that's, but if you look in the ordinance in section 4C subdivision 5, would be
Lisa, could you
applicable?
use the microphone a little better, because I'm
Sorry.
having trouble
Yeah.
reaching you.
Would section 4C5, single owner occupied residences are not covered by this ordinance. Similarly, if there's a duplex that is owner occupied, it's not covered. So there are definitely situations where owner occupied situations are not covered by this ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if that's all from the board, I do have a number of speaker slips. So I'm going to let you know, I'm going to stay pretty solid on the 2 minutes. So you might want to look at both screens just to take a look, because we have, I think, probably more cards than people at this point. But so I will be cutting at 2 minutes, just so that we're fair. And the first is Jim Lofgren.
I have a document to project on the overhead. Do I place it right here? See if I've got it correct. There you go. Good afternoon. I'm Jim Lofgren with the California Apartment Association. Members of our association include owners and managers of multifamily and single-family properties throughout California. The owners of the Bell Oak Apartments are not members of our association, and I am not speaking on their behalf. However, at the request of Supervisor Peters, I contacted representatives of the owners to strongly encourage them to reconsider their decision to terminate the large number of tenants at their property. First of all, I want to make it clear that the California Apartment Association does not condone large-scale terminations at properties for the sole purpose of avoiding the impact of the new state law. We have counseled our members to exercise extreme caution in making decisions to terminate tenancies in the current housing market. However, the situation at Bell Oaks Apartments is both unique and unfortunate. It involves 2 elderly property owners and a lengthy and contentious property sale that was settled through litigation. Furthermore, the actions of the Bell Oaks owners should not be viewed as an example of widespread use or abuse of termination notices by rental owners in the Sacramento region. I have surveyed our members, talked to the realtors, talked to SHRA. There probably are incidents of this occurring, but not at the scale that you may have seen in LA, where a prominent attorney spoke out and advocated for this. We are not doing that in this area. That being said, something needs to be done at Bell Oaks, and I have some. I've been involved in some intervention, and I was notified today that the owner has distributed this document to all of its tenants. I look at the clock here. I want to make sure I have time, but I'm happy to go through that point by point.
Jim, you can slow down. I asked the chair that you have more
Okay,
time.
very good. I was trying to abide by the 2 minutes. So, and I appreciate Supervisor Peters working with me, and the leverage of this prospective ordinance enabled me to meet with the owner and encourage them to do something. And what they have notified all of the residents, and I have received notification that this was distributed at the property this morning. That was a condition. Basically, the owners have said that they will issue a refund of the full security deposit to all renters on the property. They will also provide a moving assistance allowance of $2,500 per unit. Renters can use that for their rent, or they can use that for moving expenses, but they get the full dollar amount. There are tenants that have already left the property. It was requested, and they agreed that any renter who has already vacated the property will be notified, and they will receive their full security deposit and the full $2,500. We are aware that at the property right now that there are, I believe, 17 individuals and families that have not found new housing. Of those, 12 are in the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. I received positive news this morning that they're going to attempt to allow all of those residents to remain at the property. The property is, my understanding, is going to go through a renovation, but they were going to juggle them around and keep them there. That's not firm. I have no confirmation of it, but I think there's some real good progress towards that. That would leave only 5 other families that are still would be seeking housing. And so this effort by the owner is an effort to ensure that nobody remains homeless. I will commit that the California Apartment Association will continue to monitor this to ensure that nobody remains homeless. But I would say that there are, in regards to the ordinance, you know, I think that there are a lot of, it's probably would create a greater hardship for owners who are in the middle of already existing terminations for a variety of reasons. It could be a cannabis illegal grow at their property where they can't get other residents to step in and say that's happening, so you often do a no-fault eviction of that nature. I think that there are a lot of circumstances out there that would be disruptive, and so sometimes as we try to fix something, we create more problems. My focus has been solving the problems for the tenants at that property. I'm not sure what we came up with will satisfy everybody, but we scrambled quickly. We wanted it done by today, and this is what we have to offer. Senate Bill Assembly Bill 1482 allows, when you renovate a property, for you to end the tenancy, but you have to give 1 month's rent to the tenant. In this case here, we pushed, and at the direction of Susan Peters, she wanted more. And that way we asked for $2,500, so that would cover expenses and also offset some of the increases as the residents move to perhaps higher, more expensive housing. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Other questions of Mr. Lofgren? Thank you. I did let Mr. Lofgren go a little bit over his time because he was providing new information to the board.
I have one question.
Yes, Ms. Peters.
So the moving allowance is $2,500, and if I understand it correctly, the rents of those apartments are from $950 to $1,050 a month. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Yeah, approximately. So more than twice as much.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions of the board? And we will go to public comment. First is Robert Copeland. Robert will be followed by Crystal Sanchez.
The no-fault eviction moratorium needs to be passed right now, because whatever Jim Lofgren said, people are still going to get evicted in some of these apartment complexes. That needs to be stopped. Several cities in California have already passed theirs. So can the County Board of Sacramento do the same thing? I think Bell Gardens, Daly City, Redwood City, and this morning Pasadena passed it. And I also believe LA County and City also passed theirs. And there will be more people here, but a lot of the people are going to the City Council for rent control. So that's where I'm headed right now. Thank you.
Crystal Sanchez. Howard Lawrence will follow Crystal.
Okay, like I told you guys earlier, I'm part of the homeless union, but I'm also very involved with our community. I run a couple of our pay it forward sites on Facebook. I also am part of the rental groups that are in those. I'm an administrator on a lot of those pages. So the first thing that I want to point out to you guys, this fear of displacement, it's huge, it's massive. We have people calling me in fear of homelessness. Where do I go? What do I do? What are the steps? I'm being evicted. My rent just got raised $500. This has to stop. This is causing homelessness. It's a major cause of homelessness. It's not just a small cause, it's huge. Once these people become on the streets, they have the inability to recover because most of them work minimum wage jobs and do not make 2.5 times the rent to get into a new place. Low income families are being displaced. We have children on the street. I am taking clothes to children on the streets because they are being displaced because of these rent increases. Also, we have seniors who are on fixed incomes. These rent increases are making it so that they are unable to get life necessities, medication, food, and that goes for a lot of people. You need to think that minimum wage is very low, and that if you are displaced, there's no way to recover from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard Lawrence, followed by Elliot Stevenson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kennedy, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Howard Lawrence, and I am a representative of Sacramento Act, Area Congregations Together. You know, over the years, in many discussions I've had with my friends and colleagues about the way government works, I said it usually moves very slowly. But today, you're proving that statement to be false. And I think you're moving very quickly. And also over the years, back when I actually worked for a living, I managed a staff that we did a lot of crisis management. And I recall calling my staff together and trying to figure out how to deal with a complex problem. My advice to them was, well, when in doubt, do the right thing. This ordinance is the right thing. Please pass it.
Thank you, Howard. After Elliot will be John Foley.
Good afternoon, Board. First of all, I sure wish Jim could be at every complex that we're at organizing, because he seems to really make things move in the critical moments. But short of Jim being present at every complex in Sacramento County, I want to strongly urge you to pass this moratorium now. As we know, this crisis was sort of created by a lapse in statewide policy, and this is an effective and easy vote that you can take today to stop that gap in the interim and help thousands of tenants throughout your jurisdictions. Given the discussion today around homelessness, I think this vote is also timely. There is no question there is a causal relationship between eviction and homelessness. Given the conversation earlier around the Policy Council and the issues afflicting the unhoused in this county, I know you were all deeply invested in preventing further homelessness. This moratorium can do that. For the sake of your most vulnerable constituents, most of whom could not make it here because they're working or taking care of their children, many of whom were here earlier but had to leave, unfortunately, because the agenda went long, I want to strongly encourage you all to pass this urgent no-fault eviction moratorium today. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. John Foley, followed by Rick Eaton.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is John Foley, Executive Director of Sacramento Self-Help Housing. As you know, we run your renters helpline that you support. People call us every day, haven't gotten an eviction notice. You can't fix that, but you can make a small stab in that direction by preventing people, getting evicted in this way for the next couple of months. I think it's a smart thing to do. These emergency things are always a pain in the neck, and they always have unintended consequences, so I'm not sure what bad things are going to happen if you do this, but it's only going to last till the end of the year, so it's a lower risk, I think, than a lot of things. So I'm assuming you're going to do this, and I thank you if you are. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Rick Eaton, followed by Nico Comtois.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rick Eaton. I come before you as a volunteer with Sacramento Area Congregations Together. Sacramento Act strongly supports the proposed ordinance. We wish to thank Supervisor Cerna for your leadership in bringing this forward. Numerous cities and counties across the state have passed similar measures in the past weeks. These include Los Angeles, San Mateo, Daly City, Milpitas, Pasadena, Redwood City, and we know of at least 7 others, and there are probably more who are hearing this today or heard a similar ordinance yesterday. We all know that the center of a stable family environment and stable neighborhoods are safe and affordable places to live. The members of our community, this eviction moratorium will stop evictions that are targeted at the most vulnerable among us, those living on fixed incomes, utilizing vouchers, and living in the scarce remaining affordable rental housing in the county. A vote for this ordinance is a vote for families and a vote for neighborhood stability. Failure to pass this ordinance will inflict the trauma of homelessness on dozens and possibly hundreds of our residents. As a community, we're better than that. We urge you to pass the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Nico? And Nico, if you could help me with your last name, that'd be appreciated. How bad was it?
I'm used to saying Comtois, but it's Comtois.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Well, my name is Nico, and right now I live at Crestview North Apartments. Recently, they have increased our rent by 46.2%. Went from $920 to $1,312. And we got a cash for keys note taped to our door on the windiest day, and it just flew off, and we had to go get our neighbor to come get it, and they were offering us money for us to move by either September 15th or the 30th. Depending on either one, they'd give us a X amount of cash, which could be revoked at any time. So if we do agree on our mutual, whatever you'd like to call it, tenancy, it could be revoked at any time, and we wouldn't get our cash for keys, and then we'd be out. So I guess what I'm trying to say is these no-fault evictions that all these landlords are passing out just because they want to profit off of us being homeless, and they're not upgrading any of our apartments by increasing our rent all this money. They're not offering us any of our amenities that they say that they're providing. And, you know, like, I live with my mom. She's disabled, you know. She's on oxygen. She has stage 3 COPD. And she can't walk across the room without stopping and taking a breath. So it's not like I'm expecting her to lift a couch or a TV to move. She doesn't have a car. So if we're going to be a part of these evictions that are coming out, we're going to be a part of the homelessness that is being increased.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Mr. Natoli, yes.
Yeah, Nico, before you leave, I just wanted to ask you a question. You were given a notice, told you, you said September, so do you mean December or November? When were we given a notice to respond by?
Did I say, if I said September, I'm sorry, I meant to say November.
November, okay, so currently between now and the 15th, is that what you're?
Yeah, now on the 15th, they would give us the amount of $3,000, but realistically, like, we can't, like that, right. What am I gonna do in like 10 days? Like, I have to pay for the, credit checks. It's $50 a pop, every place you go. It doesn't matter like what management company. They all do the same background check, and I can't take one from here and bring it to the other. Okay. And on top of that, those background checks we have to have to pay pet deposit, pet rent. What is that? Pet rent. Like, right? What is that? And, you know, it's just like, okay. All of this is happening so they can line their pockets, and they're in a business where the product that they have is people's lives. Okay. It's literally their lives. And so that's why I'm here to support this, and this needs to be passed, because if it doesn't get passed, you're going to have a much more excessive homeless problem.
Thank you, Nico.
Thanks, Nico.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Peters.
I had a question for Nico.
Oh, okay.
What jurisdiction do you live in?
Yours.
Where do you live?
I live in your district.
I couldn't hear the
I live in
apartment.
Carmichael, so I honestly
okay,
don't know.
Not the city of, excuse me, I'm
Is-
asking a question here. So I just want to know where it was, if it was in Carmichael or City of
Yeah,
Sacramento or
Carmichael.
Rancho Cordova or wherever. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Nico. Chad. And Chad will be followed by Cherish Brown.
Hi, my name's Chad. I'm with the Sacramento Tenants Union. I just want to reiterate what Nico said. This buyout that's happening at Bell Oaks, offering tenants $25,000. That doesn't cover their first and last rent and security deposits for their new places. That doesn't help folks at all. In LA, where they have rent control protections, I was just told folks who get no-fault evictions can be offered up to $10,000 to $20,000 per tenant. So if we're talking about buyouts, let's talk about that amount of money. What we found out at Bell Oaks is that in the sale of property contract, it explicitly states that the tenants will be evicted due to AB 1482. I have the language right here. It says, due to the impending passage of a rent control bill, AB 1482, to be effective January 1st, 2020, time to issue lease termination notices is of the essence. And so we know that this is a court of proof settlement agreement that the county had to sign off on and sanction. So what this does is it sanctions these evictions of this building of tenants. That was the county that sanctioned these evictions. And so we know that we need 4 votes. And Susan Peters, a lot of these folks who are talking today are from your district. The Sacramento Tenants Union created a survey where respondents could put if they had received rent increases or eviction notices since January 1st. What we found out is that since June 1st of 2019. Over a third of these respondents have, and the problem is we don't need to, we have people telling us that this is happening all across the county in Sacramento, but there is no governing body that is tracking evictions, and so we have to be doing this time on our, doing this work on our own time. People are working full-time jobs. We don't have time to be gathering data on who's getting evicted. We're just hearing about it. Someone from Arden Arcade said that they've never seen so many U-Haul trucks on their street before.
Can you wrap it up, Shad?
Yeah, definitely. I just want to say that David Chu, who was the author of this bill, even wrote a letter in support of Redwood City's emergency moratorium, encouraging their council to pass it. So the person who wrote AB 1482 is supporting cities and counties across California to support these emergency moratoriums. Thank you.
Thank you. Cherish Brown? Cherish Brown?
So that's where I'm at, is I did give a lot of folks had to.
I'm sorry, Mackenzie, I didn't call you.
I know.
But you have a card in, so you'll be coming up.
I know. I just want to tell you that you guys got Cherish's stuff on as a letter, as well as another individual.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that. Les Light?
Cherish Brown was here. A lot of people were here. They came down here at great inconvenience to themselves, representing many, many other people who couldn't be here at all because they have to work, they have to go to school, they can't come at this time. And she came all the way down here, and we can't help but feel, you know what the priorities are. And this meeting, it just feels like it has been manipulated to eliminate these people from being able to come and speak to you. They are your constituents. So we have a disastrous situation with a plague of no-fault evictions. Most particularly, we found an acute in District 3. The Bell Arden Arcade area appears to be we have property investment developers essentially cleaning these neighborhoods of people. The people who live there, working class people, low income people, people on fixed incomes, and people of color. The most vulnerable are hit the worst. For decades, we have watched while affordable housing inclusion provisions have been stripped away to nothing. Now we suffer the result of that. We are told how diverse Sacramento is, but Sacramento is one of the most segregated cities in terms of housing. Where the patterns of class and racial exclusion have softened a bit in the past, now we see resegregation by the housing market. This is the structural reassertion of white supremacy by the most effective and malignant means, what you call market rate housing. This needs to be fixed. We need a moratorium on no-fault evictions
Can you wrap
now.
up, Mr. Light? Thank you very much. Debbie Stollery, followed by Angela Hearing-Jackson.
Hello, and thank you for listening. I'm Debbie Stollery. I am a tenant at Bell Oaks Apartments. I am one of the 5 that have to be out the day before Thanksgiving. I left this morning at 10 o'clock to make sure to get down here, and I had not received anything like the letter that was up on the board before I left. Also, I was not told that the inspections that were being done this morning, we were not told that those had been canceled. So some people did not come today because they were afraid of not being at their apartment when the management came in. I just figured, you know, if I didn't come, they won. Yes. I have looked for other apartments. People haven't also, I mean, they listed the rent and the deposit and so forth. A lot of places are requiring $100,000 renter's insurance. The application fees, which are non-refundable, they're now charging administration fees. And it used to be when you rented an apartment, you didn't pay water, sewer, and garbage was included. Not anymore. Now you're being charged $100 a month for water, sewer, and garbage, and if you are over $70 on the water, you pay the balance of that. So, and then they're charging now pet rent. Every month you pay so much for your pet. So I'm going to also have to get a truck and hire people to move me because I'm disabled. I can't lift things. This moratorium is very important. We really need help. We don't know who else to go to, so please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. After Angela will be Kitty Bolt.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'll be brief. My name is Angela Hearing-Jackson. I'm here. I'm emotional. I've been here all day. I feel for the people that are experiencing possible evictions. I'm here to lend my voice. I'm here to advocate for the residents of District 3. I'm here to lend my voice and advocate for the residents of Sacramento County. I'm personally going through an issue with my apartment complex. So it's not just one single apartment complex that's in District 3 that's trying to make the moves before the end of the year. My apartment complex is called Atrium Court. And in the month of July, they made the attempt to serve 40 3-day pay or quits to 240 residents. So I would like for you to seriously pay attention and listen to the individuals that come up here that are asking for your assistance, for your vote to say yes. It's only 2 months. It might seem nothing to you, but it's something to the individuals that are being affected and to prevent homelessness in Sacramento County. So please pass this moratorium. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kitty Bolt. Followed by Jeffrey Tartagia.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Kitty Bolte. I'm a member of the Sacramento Tenants Union, and I live in District 1. And I'm up here to strongly encourage you to pass the eviction moratorium. And I want to counter what the gentleman from the Apartment Association said. What's happening at Bell Oaks is not anywhere close to an isolated incident. When the tenants union was originally contacted by people who are getting these 60-day notices, that's kind of what we thought. And in the 2 short weeks that we've had to sort of dig into this, as a small volunteer organization, we have found, I think at this point, at least 6 complexes that we know of that are experiencing this. Many of them are in District 3 in the unincorporated parts of Arden Arcade, but they're all over, all over the county. And I guess my point is, if that's what we found as a volunteer organization in 2 weeks, surely that's only the tip of the iceberg in terms of how widespread this problem is. And yeah, I mean, I've talked to single moms who are facing eviction who tried to kill themselves before when they lost their housing. Excuse me. I also want to note that Arden Arcade, where a lot of this is happening, is one of the county's EJ communities. And I think your commitment to affordable housing and your proposed EJ policies is really commendable, and this is a really important complement to that. More affordable housing and supporting housing, thank you, is really important, but so is tenants' rights. And if people can't stay where they live, then what's the point of the wonderful planning that you're doing for those communities otherwise? Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Jeffrey, followed by Jeff Barca.
Please pass the ordinance, but please understand the problem's bigger than just this. Please spend the effort to understand this better. Please. That's where I'll end it.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Jeff Barca, followed by Renee Moya.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jeff Barca. I live in District 3 in Bell Oaks Apartments. And I'm here today to urge you to pass this moratorium. This is a blatant attempt to circumvent AB 1482. As mentioned before, in court documents, they lay out that the whole reason they need this settlement is due to 1482 taking effect on January the 1st, and that they need to start these evictions so they can get people out. I would like to speak to what the gentleman from the Apartment Association mentioned. That letter he put up there, there's no legal apparatus for us to actually access that money. That is sunshine and rainbows. Doesn't mean that money's going to be coming to us. And $2,500 as a disabled person on Section 8 is not going to get me in a new place, even if I could find one that took a voucher. And also you'll notice that he did not promise that the people on vouchers could stay in the apartments. He said maybe, if we can work things out. That's a lot of ifs, maybes, possiblies. But you board members today can help us by passing this moratorium and allow us the opportunity to stay where we live. I've been in the apartment 4 years and I have never missed a rent check. I help around the apartment complex, and all I want is a place for my son and I to have a roof over our heads and be able to go about my life. Please pass this moratorium.
Thank you. Renee Moya? No. Okay. Dylan Miner? No. Robin Ayers?
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to say that I'm a constituent of Supervisor Frost, so nice to meet you. All right, so as a social worker, I can tell you that I currently and have recently worked with individuals and families who have been put in situations that were beyond their control and were basically because of actions of their landlords. The amount of stress put on their household was and is immense. We're talking about having to worry about where their family's going to put their heads at night. You know, also, in addition to that, typical things like going to work, trying to find work, trying to get their kids to and from school, making sure they have food on their table, you know, parenting their kids and more. If someone is on Section 8, the process of finding housing can take even longer, as the amount of housing available for those on Section 8 compared to those that have need of it is limited. So we're talking about households, aside from our unhoused population, our unhoused neighbors, who are in most need. So what I'm asking of you all today is to support the moratorium that places the stability of families, our neighbors, over the pocketbooks of landlords. The rent gouging policy that was put into place was done to prevent rent gouging. Landlords are now trying to use this time before the policy goes into effect to pad their accounts at the expense of other people. This kind of action is why we need real rent control. But today, you have the power to end this abuse and keep even more individuals and families from being put on our streets at no fault of their own. So please support this moratorium today moratorium on no-fault evictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. John Krantz, followed by Erica J.
Let's slam the front door shut on homelessness. I'd like to try to give you some of what my situation is right now. I lived on the river for 8 years. I've been in housing for 9. But the rents are going up real high. I live right down the street here, corner of 5th and I. It was cheap when I moved in there. They were giving us $100 if we could bring anybody else in there to fill in the place. But since the sports stadium went up, these rents are going up astronomically. Now here's part of my problem. If I lose this housing, I, like many people in my building, which is a low-income seniors building, is trying to live on a Social Security check. Now, to get into a new apartment, that's first, last, and security. Now, Social Security won't allow me to have more than $2,000 in the bank. If I put more than $2,000 in the bank, then they will take it. So how am I supposed to save up enough money to pay the rent on the place I'm already in for a month, so I'll have time to move, then pay first, last, and the deposit in the new place? There's just no way to do it. So guess what I wound up doing? I wound up back on the river. And I'm sorry, Mr. Cerna, but that's your district. And I know how it is out there. I don't like to see the river being polluted the way it is right now, but there's no place else for these people to go. And the other thing that's kind of concerning me here is that these rents in my apartment building, they were pretty much held under control until about 2 or 3 years ago, when a large corporation that manages properties controls 30,000 units spread from the Mexican border to the Canadian border. These are not people who live in Sacramento. These are not part of this community. They're an invasion. And they are pushing these properties up in value. So let's try to make a law here that reflects some concern for the people who live here.
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much.
Erica J. Followed by Ali Kwalikin.
Hi, my name's Erica. Do you guys have a document with the tenants union logo at the top of it? Yep. Can we get that out, please?
Why won't it?
Okay. So I first want to make a comment before this, and I do want to leverage my white privilege and ask for 30 more seconds afterwards. Okay, thank you.
I made note of that.
Sue and Susan, I'm addressing you because I'm a white female and I hold seats on county councils, and I just think it's important to say that as a white female who is on councils, who has this privilege, it's our responsibility to utilize that privilege in a way that leverages people of color's voices. That you're listening intently and that you're really understanding the impacts, even if you may not look like it. But that is our responsibility when we take seats and we're making decisions on people's lives. So with that being said, I would just like to note that in the environmental justice research document that's being proposed for SB 1000, this is an EJ community. This is in West Arden Arcade, and I don't really have 17 seconds up, do I?
You have another 20 seconds.
So Bell Oaks and Belfair are right down here. They're in Susan's district, and Susan's district also has the highest, significantly, has the highest cost burden households in her district as well. What's crucial for you guys to incorporate our feedback and to approve the ordinance is because it protects tenants and it prevents homelessness. And there's already a lack of neighborhood and community organizations and no safety nets in District 3. We do have some in District 1 and District 2. The community feedback focused on art and arcade community has implicated that.
Can you wrap up, Jerica?
Yeah, sorry. That it's essential for safety nets to be in place and for other services to be there if things like this are going to happen. And so it is going to exacerbate homelessness. And I'm pretty sure some of you guys can agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ali Qualican?
Hello, everyone. My name is Ali. I live on Crestview apartment. Like my colleague, she lives there. I used to live there for.
Could you speak up just a bit?
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
So I live in the Crestview apartment for almost 5 years now. I had increased for the rent from 950 to 1355, which is almost 45%. The same thing like her, without any improvement. If this one is gonna continue, I may become homeless. If I become homeless, I'm gonna be the charge of the county. So the budget that is allowed to the county to improve those apartments will be sent to me and to others, and to 100,000 of residents in Carmichael or in the county in Sacramento. So that's why I come here. I want you, before our last speaker, to vote for this ordinance to stop evictions, no fault evictions. But those whom they have a notice, if you send to someone a notice to leave his apartment within 6 months, it's kind of eviction, but it's not speaking, it's not writing. So you leave or you go out. If they go out, you know how they become. I told you, they become as homeless as any other that you see cross the street, just by the ground. And I know 100% that every single day maybe you pass by and you see all those homelesses because of the rent they get, because of the increase for eviction notice they get on their apartment. Like I did receive it. It's a very, very beautiful day, New Year's Eve. It's very good when you see 55% increase on your rent on Christmas Eve as a notice. You pay this or you go. If I come here like any other Sacramento tenants, it's just to approve this ordinance now, not after. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much. Kiana Sorrell? Kiana Sorrell? No? Okay.
So I didn't prepare a speech or keynotes or anything. This is my first time doing something like this. I am a student in the master's program at CSUS, and I have sat down with President Nelson about this issue. I am currently a tenant at Bell Oaks Apartments and was at fear of losing my place as well until I was able to find my lease and realize that, you know, I had some legal stance behind me. However, that doesn't affect or that doesn't account for the amount of people around me who are elderly or disabled, who are at risk of or have been evicted. I am losing sleep over this as a social worker for Sacramento County CPS, who are working with families and are also dealing with evictions in your district. Is very just astonishing. And then to sit here and to look at the chamber of privilege, to expect anyone to really understand what these people are going through, I'm shaking because I have to sit before you and beg for you to vote on something that is detrimental to people's lives. And when we're talking about 42 units, we're not just saying 42 units. These are families. There are multiple people in these homes. I left Bell Oaks at about 10:30 a.m. and I didn't have any note or anything. I didn't see any notes or anything on the door, so for me to look at it here is just not even, I'm not going to do it, but it's like at the same time understanding that people's lives are being affected. And when we're talking about homelessness, Sac State is doing, we're doing extensive research on the homeless population in Sacramento County, which will only increase. It's kind of hard, Susan Peters, to know a lot of this is in your district, and I'm going to be very blunt. You are barely looking up at us and listening to our voices and hear what we have to say, and that's very disturbing. President Nelson is willing to get completely involved because I do a lot of things on the at the Sac State community, and telling him, like, I'm at risk of being homeless, and now there's lots of people who are also in this
Can you wrap up, Kiana?
Who are also in the same predicament and willing to get Sac State support to come in here and also urge you to vote on this matter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter, and the last name starts with K. Sorry.
Hello there. I'm with the Sacramento Tenants Union, and I don't really have much to say except for what's already been said, but just the entire apartment complex of Bell Oaks has been evicted, and I find it very unlikely that all of them, did something bad all at the same time. So clearly this is all just to avoid 1482, and I find it very important that this is just a way to circumvent a law before they have to obey the law. And I think I find it very important that you pass this momentum because this is people's lives at stake, and it's just terrible what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Alice Hodges. And after Alice will be Volma Zitmulchi.
Hi, my name is Alice Hodges. Thank you for hearing me today. I just want to say we encourage you to support this memorandum. There are people whose lives are being affected. There's people, the salaries that people make and live in these apartments does not afford them the right to be able to walk into someplace else and get a place to live. We may not understand exactly what that is, but you have to look at the people that it's affecting. Everybody, that could be any of us at any time in our lives. So I need to encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Volma? Followed by Gavin Mercer.
Good afternoon. My name is Volma Valsi with the Sacramento Central Labor Council. Just want to say Fabrizio and Tammy send their regards. They couldn't be here today. So this is what I want to say. Displacing families should be illegal. It's immoral and it is sad. I'm here today representing 180,000 members of the Sacramento County area. 150,000 of these members live here in Sacramento County. Their wages have not increased at all. Not a penny, but rents are being increased. So I am urging you, and I would also like to thank you all for bringing this ordinance forward, because we understand it takes a lot of work to get things done. But I am urging you all here, all 5 of you, to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Gavin Mercer? And after Gavin will be Steve Hill.
Good afternoon, Council. I just want to say that the no-fault evictions are affecting a lot of people in my apartment complex too. I live at Carmichael Village and Ms. Peters' district, and we are told to be out by the beginning of Christmas, and I live with 2 other people, and we can barely afford the place as it is, and all the places are basically doubling our rent to move into a comparable apartment, and we live in a pretty small place, and it's forcing us to try to basically go into poverty, and we already are suffering as it is, and now with all of us being like pretty low income workers, and trying to find a place where they want first, last, deposit, and it's almost like $5,000 to move into a place. Like, and our rent's only about $1,000. Like, we don't have that kind of money, and we just can't afford to move in anything. So I just would like you guys to pass this so that we can, not be, to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Gavin, a question. You live you're on Marconi in, what's the name of the apartment house again?
It's Palms Patio now. It was Carmichael Village before, Walnut and Marconi.
Were you offered
They didn't
the
offer us a
option
cent.
of moving somewhere else in the complex or to another complex?
No, they just told us we had to be out. And some of the other people who were offered, a payout, they didn't offer us a dime. They just told us we had to be out.
So some people to make sure I understand you right, some tenants were offered a buyout and some were not?
Not in our complex, no.
Oh, okay, different complex.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Hill. And after Steve will be Ken Kohler.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Hill. I'm a renter. I live in Sacramento, and I urge you to pass this ordinance. I also work at SEIU Local 1000. We represent about 45,000 workers who live in this region, most of whom live in Sacramento County. Our members have been active in campaigns to protect renters, both with the city ordinance that was passed and the state legislation. It's bad out there. Which I'm not sure how much you all appreciate. In our canvassing, I got my own stories, but it's nothing compared to what we found with other people in more vulnerable positions. There are so many people who have terrible stories of treatment by landlords. The renter protection laws that have been passed are critical, but as you can see, there are some short-term significant consequences that vulnerable renters are going to bear, and you have the opportunity to protect them. This should be a no-brainer, a unanimous vote. You have people here who are negatively being affected by this, asking for your assistance. So I urge your positive vote, and I'd like to thank my supervisor for bringing this ordinance forward. Thank you.
Ken Kohler. Followed by Cesar Aguirre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Many years ago, when I lived in Stanislaus County, I was the victim of a no-fault eviction on 2 occasions. It was not a pleasant experience. And I understand how the people going through this now, what their feelings are regarding it. Unfortunately, management sees it as property, but we see it as our homes. And they don't get the difference between a house and a home or simply residence. There's a big difference when you're taking away a person's home. And that's what you're literally doing in these no-fault evictions. I noted in the resolution that it ended on December 31st. This is a temporary resolution. It is not an indefinite resolution. I have a concern about that. I also have a concern about the residential real property prior to January 1st, 2005. It only applies to them. There were a lot of other residences after 14 years worth of residences, and I think they need to be included. I would prefer a wording, if you chose to amend it, stating that it prohibits no-fault evictions for residential real property, period. That's what we need. And I think that's what the people here today have said to you. Lastly, I know I'm about out of time. Lastly, my rent went up $300 a year ago today in North Natomas, Mr. Cerna's district, I believe. It also raised again this November, $85.
Can you wrap up?
The people, the managers out there, the property owners are just insane about how they're treating renters. It simply is not fair.
Thank you.
We need fairness.
Thank you. Cesar Aguirre. Followed by Nikki Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. So I first want to address any concerns with not voting for this moratorium. I heard some questions from Sue Frost about the rights of owners in terms of, I guess, being able to do what they want with their property. So with that, we've heard a lot from folks today about how they're going to be impacted if, let's say, they get evicted, right? Because people are being served evictions. We already had a lot of people have to move out. It's affecting their livelihood, right? Having a place to live. Do we think that the impacts to apartment complex owners is anywhere near the same kind of level as that, right? And I understand that this is a rights issue, right? Y'all are in a position of power where you can determine with this moratorium what those rights are. This is an opportunity for our county to put people over profit, to make a decision that places compassion as a priority and to match what other places in the state are already doing. I can't tell you how important it is to be in the seat that y'all are in right now. We need to have every single one of you vote for this to show us that you're actually listening, that you actually do care about people's lives in our community, about what we were talking about before in terms of coming together to address homelessness. If we can't pass this moratorium to fix this loophole in people getting removed from their homes, then why are we even getting together to talk about those issues? Like, this is it, you know? I just want our district, our county to be, about what they talk about in terms of homelessness. So please all vote for this moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Jones, followed by Olivia Fisher-Smith.
Firstly, I'd just like to thank Supervisor Cerna for bringing this up last week, and for the County Executive's Office for bringing such a brave ordinance forward, but bringing forward an ordinance that's going to protect the lives, livelihoods, and stability of people who are already living on so many kinds of edges, The people who can just pick up and move are not the people who are going to be most impacted or affected if we're not able to get an ordinance passed today. The idea that a law has passed on the state level and that folks in extreme positions of power, landlords, who have more rights than almost anybody in our state. I think maybe only police officers have more rights than landlords in our state. And so for us to be here today to say tenants' rights matter too, to say that people's lives, their stability, the homes that they've built, the communities that they live in matter too, and that profit and that housing as a commodity has driven us to this point. We are not in a place we are in because a housing crisis and a homelessness crisis. We are in because our cities are so great to live in. No offense. We are here because of a speculatively driven housing market that is on the backs of people who are trying so hard just to live, just to get by, just to stay with their families, A couple couple of, the fact that there are people in this room who are today telling you that their displacement will be in effect, and that you can do something to stop their displacement is just so powerful. Thank you to the folks that came out today. Thank you to the folks that have spoken their vulnerability to power and who are going to make the difference in the city. And I can't say enough or more. And folks, I know that you can do the right thing despite pressure from major industries and major supporters and donors. You can stand up and do the right thing and let them know that this is for your constituents and that you want to work together to build for those constituents. And you can invite those people to be better actors in this situation. They're not good actors right now, and we need good actors.
Thank you, Nikki. Olivia Fisher-Smith.
Hi there, my name is Olivia Fisher-Smith. I'm a tenant in San Francisco, and I also work for Tenants Together, which is a statewide tenants organization. And in this period of time, after Assembly Bill 1482 has been passed, we've been receiving calls and notice from cities all over the state of evictions, and mass rent increases happening in response to the passing of this bill. The calls are pouring in, it's happening all over. And in many cases, these mass evictions and mass rent increases, it's stated explicitly that they're in response to the bill. It's stated in the notice. So a bill that was designed to protect tenants is actually being used against them because there are no enforcement measures right now. Evictions are always a crisis, but in this scale, evictions are a total emergency, which is why you need to pass emergency protections. And tenants in Sacramento and all over the state of California are looking at you all to set the precedent. Daly City, Milpitas, Los Angeles, Santa Cruz, and lots of other cities have already passed similar measures. And it's on you to stop this retaliation against tenants. So I'm just looking at you all to listen to the folks in your city who are calling for this. The organizers, the tenants are making it really easy for you. They're giving you exactly what you need and the answers you need to serve them. And I'm hoping that you'll listen. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to apologize in advance. Doris Cyprian.
Good afternoon, Board, Chair and Board, excuse me. My name is Darius Cyprian. I'm a resident here in Sacramento, and I'm here today with ACE, the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment, and I'm for this moratorium. I just want to say, I want to ask that you support the millions of renters across California and the renters in your own district. And I'm asking that you protect the renters from unreasonable rent increase and basically retaliatory evictions. I'm gonna keep it brief, that's all I want to say, because that's what they're looking at, retaliatory evictions and unreasonable rent increase. So thank you.
Thank you. L.R. Roberts, followed by Bridget Duffy.
Hello again. Well,
I know you're not L.R. Roberts.
no, he's not here. Is he here?
No, she's
oh.
okay.
Oh, I'm
It's-
sorry. I was looking for you. I didn't find you.
I should have taken the ramp. Let's see. I'm a member of OWL, Older Women's League, National Lawyers Guild, and California Alliance of Americas, but of retired Americans, but I'm not speaking for them today. I'm speaking for myself. Richard and I, Richard Perry, we're retired now, and we're both disabled. And we own a house in Oak Park in Phil's district, and we don't have an accessible bathroom. And no one's really talked about the fact that a lot of the housing isn't accessible. So we have been renting a trailer down in Patrick's district at Holiday Mobile Village. And I told them I was going to be gone for 3 weeks to the National Lawyers Guild Convention. And while we were gone, our dog sitter found an eviction notice taped to our door. So, and then right after that, I got another rent increase. I've gotten several in the 3 years that we have slept there. So I think that's real interesting. Now I'm wondering, is it related to us suing them for racism last year, or is it related to the new law? So obviously there's a problem with sleazy landlords. This guy is really sleazy. So Richard's about to have major surgery. No, I am not moving him in the next 2 months. I cannot. So we obviously need some more renter protection.
Thank you. Bridget Duffy? Now it's your turn.
Okay, so putting an emergency moratorium on no-fault eviction is like turning off the faucet when you find that you forgot the bathtub was running and the whole living room is filled with water. Okay, it is a no-brainer, and it's really too bad that the government didn't respond to this crisis like 4 years ago, and we would have had much less homeless people right now and housing insecure people. I'm just a lot of people said a lot of good things, but I want to give everybody a little lesson in history. Early in the last century, there was the Glass-Steagall Act that was passed. That one act provided 70 years of the United States having the most stable and progressing economy. 70 years of progress, 7 years of stability. And the main aspect of that was that President Roosevelt took residential housing off the plate for speculative investors. In other words, you can invest in real estate, you can make money in real estate, but you cannot do it with residential housing. Now you could see why they did that. That is what's happening here. Speculative investors have gone into the business of making lots and lots and lots of money off of places where people live. Now this is destabilizing our entire society. It's not just the people that are most affected that lose their homes, but it's the rest of society as well. It's costing our society money. It's creating eyesores all over the place. There's health problems. The water table in San Francisco is starting to be affected with E. coli because of the lack of bathrooms in the homeless community. So it is your job as a government to address these things, and I do urge you to please pass a moratorium on eviction. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Bates. Followed by Keon Bliss.
Good afternoon, Lisa Bates with Sacramento Steps Forward. I'm here to show our support for the moratorium. Every day we see the destabilizing effects of not having housing or losing housing. To some of the data questions that were asked in the previous session, as well as this session, we are including now, or will be adding into our homeless management information system, a question regarding evictions so that we can better track that information and the impact that it's having on folks that are being served by the homelessness system. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Keon.
I'm not going to bother necessarily repeating what everybody else has said. This is an absolute no-brainer, obviously. But I want to point out that actions speak louder than words, and including body language as well. And I find it particularly troublesome, the priorities and the questions that have been asked, particularly by you, Sue Frost, about protecting the rights of homeowners, or not homeowners, owners, property owners, landlords and such. Not realizing that if there is one particular demographic here in the United States that has always been able to claim rights and protections, it is homeowners and property owners. Not just any property owners, mind you, white male property owners. Literally since the founding of this country, when the Constitution was written as a property rights document that added human rights as an afterthought, we have always prioritized the rights and interests of property owners. including that guy right there who was laughing at us, laughing at people giving heartfelt, heart-wrenching stories about being evicted from their homes, which many people can't live without. We've been protecting them literally from day one. People like you, been protecting them in government from day one. And it continues to reflect in our policies at the local, state, and national level. This moratorium is necessary. Housing is a human right, whether the Constitution says it or not. It is recognized in hundreds of countries across the world. We're the only country, one of the wealthiest countries on earth, that don't fucking recognize it, and we're fucking idiots for not doing so. You know it, I know it, and he sure as fuck knows it.
Mackenzie Wilson. Mackenzie. Followed by Ardell Harrison.
Okay, I want to start by commending Bell Oaks tenants for bringing the fire to this with the Sacramento Tenants Union, and then for Cerna for bringing this to today's agenda. Like you guys, thank you. I also want to say what's up to Lisa, because we just met, and I'm loving this language. I'm going to start with it. I also want to let you guys know that on top of all of the cool faces and everyone else here today, all these other organizations, fire, like everybody here knows what's up, and we also walked in with another 250 names from some petitions that we've taken from all around Sacramento County. Oh, so I'm going to start with this language because just it hits the point. Members of the community have testified that they have received issuance of no-cause eviction notices in anticipation of January 2020. Certain aspects of public peace, health, and safety are not adequately protected due to the lack of regulation of evictions from residential and rental housing in Sacramento County, and it is in the interest of the county, of owners and residents of rental housing units, and the community as a whole to protect this, right? The ordinance is necessary and essential to protect renters from no-fault evictions. It's necessary and essential to prevent the irreparable injury tenants would suffer due to the service of no-fault evictions notices prior to the effective date of 1482. The adoption of this not that part, but the purpose. This is really what got me. The County of Sacramento is experiencing a housing affordability crisis, which is driving homelessness and displacement of residents to an unprecedented scale. Many county residents are rent burdened, paying over 30% of their income on rent. Slightly more than half, 51% of Sacramento County renters are cost burdened and paying over 30% of their income in rent. So that's not even just like rent burden, cost burden, just to live. Right? About 27% of renters are severely cost burdened, paying over 50% of their income on rent. There are no renter protections presently existent for many households in the county, and that will be covered. And so just really quickly, I'll sum it up, I know. I need to double down on what my comrade Kennedy came up here and said, and what we just talked about over there, was that this work is hard, but the trauma that is happening to our communities is harder. And that decisions like today are actually life-saving and life-changing. And that today we have the opportunity to actually do that very thing. And if we don't, like what happens if we don't, right?
Something. Thank you, Mackenzie. Ardell Harrison.
Good afternoon. I had signed up for 44,
okay.
So I'll go ahead and speak now if you want me to, or I'll wait my turn.
You can wait your turn.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Okay, that's the last public comment I have. Ms. Peters?
Thank you. I forgot to ask earlier to have a representative of SHRA come forward and testify about their conversations about the voucher recipients that live in Bell Oaks.
Yes, Lachelle Dozier, Executive Director for Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency.
Okay, so...
So would you like me to just give background?
Yes, please, because you and I exchanged emails, and I just wanted that to be shared with the public who's here.
So we had an opportunity to meet with the property owner as well as Jim Lofgren to talk about the Section 8 or Housing Choice Voucher residents. There are currently 12 residents who live at the Bell Oak Apartments. 10 were served notices. One of the things that we did discuss with the owner is the possibility of rent increases. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit later as well in my budget presentation, but the payment standards have changed, and that gives the owner more opportunity to raise those rents without a negative impact to the Section 8 tenants. So they were unaware that they had that ability to do so, and they were going to look in the possibility of moving forward with those rent increases, and then therefore not issuing the notices, withdrawing the notices to the Section 8 tenants. So that's what we're currently working on.
Could you tell me a little bit about how that works? Is that a fairly recent change that the voucher programs allow for an increase in rent?
No, the voucher program has always allowed for owners to come in and do a rent increase based on what the market rent. So we do what we call rent reasonableness to determine if the amount that the landlord is asking is reasonable with what the market is. The uptick in the payment standard does make it more advantageous for owners.
Okay. And I understand that the lawsuit on the Bell Oaks property has kind of reflected that the current ownership is not really aware of opportunities like this.
Correct. We also talked to the property owner about if they do proceed with the renovation, that they would do temporary relocation in place for the Section 8 tenants because there are a large number of vacant units there. The thing that we proposed is that as those vacant units are renovated, then the HCV tenants could be moved to the vacant units, so that would cause them not to be displaced from the complex.
And would allow all the apartments to be renovated, which, from our code enforcement, I understand is it's a severe need of renovation.
Yes.
So one of your comments was that of the 19 market rate units, all but 5 have located to other. You said units. Did you mean in another apartment building?
In another apartment complex, and that was the information that was provided to us by the property manager.
Okay, so and they'll all be eligible to get the $2,500 that the ownership is prepared to follow through on.
That is my understanding.
Yeah. Okay, so those people here who testified that they are on the voucher program, there's
the process.
Yeah, the process.
So the process, when the voucher recipients receive their notice of termination, then the voucher recipients came into the office to get what we call a move voucher. Mm-hmm. So all of them were actually processed with that voucher to move. The problem, obviously, is that it's very difficult for anyone who's on the voucher program to locate housing immediately. So they did actually move forward with that. Their names are on other waiting lists, but those waiting lists are long.
But with this new ability to, it's not new ability, but newly discovered ability to get rent increases in the vouchers, they should be able to stay in those apartments.
That is what our goal is. Our goal is to work with the property owner to not displace any of the Section 8 or Housing Choice Voucher tenants based on being able to adjust the rent closer to what the market rent is.
And what about the part of the state law where, which I realize is not in place yet, but it says that the voucher tenants can't be forced to move?
The voucher tenants can receive a notice to move. It's a longer period of time. So they have more due process and there are more protections in place, but they can be issued a 90-day notice.
Okay, so.
But I think you might be referring to, does the new law, 1482, apply to voucher recipients?
Okay, so I thought that was already in place. No?
1482 exempts voucher holders. and any other deed-restricted apartment complex because they already have other restrictions that are in place based on the regulations that govern their tenancy.
Okay. All right. Anything I forgot to ask you?
I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I actually did receive 2 more cards in, so we'll go back to public testimony, and looks like Gigi Guevara, followed by Kevin Bolts.
Hi, my name is Giovanna, and I'm here representing myself. I'm not affiliated with any organization. I'm here because I care about my fellow citizens. Thank you for your time. I want to encourage you to be leaders and join other jurisdictions across the state that have already passed similar legislation. I want to remind you that this doesn't preclude owner move-in. If someone wants to move into a unit, this is a protection for tenants mostly in large unit buildings. I don't think I need to remind you on specific percentages of rent increase, on the cost of living increase, and how those are directly correlated to increased houselessness for our fellow neighbors. Prior item, agenda item 41, address homelessness. These two, there's a direct line. If you do not pass this protection, you literally will be causing people to become houseless. There's no question about that. Although it seems like Bell Oaks is offering reallocation costs, these are not being offered to other people, and most importantly, they're insufficient. It's not cheap to move. Again, I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I also want to state that it was very disrespectful to the people that were here earlier to have a 30-minute break. Okay, that's 3 hours that people have been here, more than 3 hours. Many of them were not given a voice. So I'm grateful that I was given the opportunity to speak, but please consider and designated your break times the people that have been here for hours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Bolts.
How's everybody doing today? I want to talk about power dynamics and sort of things like that. I'm going to guess that everyone who sits between my arms doesn't rent or isn't homeless. So we got a bunch of wealthy people in nice clothes who get to decide what happens to a bunch of other fucking people. And it doesn't affect you, which is terrible. Like you just said about this, she's looking at her phone or something. Like you just said about the property owner, he has 10 units that are behind on code, but we're not penalizing him or holding him accountable. We're not telling him he can't kick people out until he fixes his stuff. He's allowed to let people live in code violating squalor, it sounds like, and then kick them out when he sees a market opportunity to make more money. Sounds like what's going on to me. So why don't you buck up and hold the person responsible who has all the money and the building instead of putting it on the people who don't have almost anything? So you're all very comfortable and you have homes, and that's nice. I rent, most people behind me probably do. The day will come where you won't be comfortable. You might not have a home, because most of the people who you left behind by letting them be homeless and not giving them a place to rent, they're gonna stop coming to meetings like this and they're gonna start showing up to your homes. That day's coming. Get ready for it.
Yeah, we will. That is the last card I have. If there's anybody else, then Supervisor Cerna.
All right, thank you. First, let me start by expressing my sincere gratitude to everyone who has been extremely patient today and took time out of your days to be here and express your opinion about what I believe is a very, very important subject, and it's a very critical day for this board. As was mentioned many times by the speakers, it was at our, I believe at our October 22nd meeting that I did ask our CEO to bring this back for vote in an emergency context, because I do think it is an emergency, as also has been referenced by a number of speakers. And there's not many instances where you can really say something is a no-brainer or is low-hanging fruit, choose your metaphor, in what we're expected to do as elected decision makers. But I feel strongly that this is one of those times, because we're really talking about a decision that has to be made by 4/5 of us, by a hyper majority of this board. for protections that are going to last for 7 weeks. And we're really, I think, being asked to address the fact that there are some bad actors out there that are gaming the system. They see what's on the horizon in terms of the beginning of the calendar year. I think we have not just the Bell Oaks example, but we're hearing from a representative that represents tenants from across the state that this seems to be approaching epidemic levels. And so I believe strongly that it's absolutely incumbent on this board to be very clear and that we best represent our constituents that perhaps haven't been affected yet, but could tomorrow if we don't pass this. And so for that reason, I am moving this emergency ordinance. I would ask my colleagues to think carefully about what's in front of us. I think it's the right thing to do for a lot of different reasons. I don't want to belabor the point, but for me, again, this is something that should be crystal clear to all five of us. That is the right policy measure for the residents of Sacramento County. So that's my motion that we approve staff recommendation.
The chair will second, and Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thanks to all who've addressed us today. And obviously, since we first heard about this a couple of weeks ago, obviously there's been, some activity that I think certainly has reflected efforts to address, the situation was brought to our attention when folks appeared before us on October 22nd. But I would just say, too, that in thinking about this and certainly reflecting on what's before us and hearing from many of you who are renters, and, I'll just say that, I would think most of us have rented sometime during our lives, and I know I did, and again, you hearken back to if you were in this vulnerable situation and were either on a fixed income or in a situation where you weren't really empowered because of the market conditions that relate to, even if offers such as those have been put out here were made, it wouldn't provide sufficient funds to go forward. And I think Mr. Kreitz's comments, but others here too, that if you're on a fixed income, particularly if you're on Social Security, that the ability to actually accumulate enough dollars to make a move to cover the deposits, the first and last month's rent, and other components of that really puts people in a very, very vulnerable situation, let alone those who may have families and children, may have other situations in their lives that, reflect on their inability to, realize additional income. And so you're very, very precarious. And it's not to say that obviously the housing and certainly the folks who own the property don't have rights as well. But in this situation, obviously the state legislature, took this up and debated it in the state capitol, and it was enacted into law. And there we have this void, a period of time. It's not really a void because it's provided an opportunity for some of those who I think would take advantage of others, and whether that's intentional or not, that's I think the end result can still be the same. Folks will end up out of a house, out of a home, and I think another comment that was made here, certainly I can reflect on today, is that as much as this is housing and it may be rental housing, that it is someone's home. And whether you've lived there for 4 years or 40 years or 4 months, you make the investment, obviously, in not only paying the rent, but in making that your home and all the things that go with that, with your daily life. And so I think what's been proposed here, obviously, it may seem modest in some respects, but I think it's an important time in this community, certainly in our state, with all the various components of impacts of certainly income, but also of housing stability. And so I'm prepared to support the ordinance here today, and I think it provides an opportunity to address some of the vulnerability that people currently are experiencing in our community, and hopefully will prevent some of the things that we're talked about as being potential impacts if we don't do this. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions from the board? We do have a motion and a second.
Sorry?
Are you
I'm trying to get the button here.
Supervisor Peters.
I agree this is a difficult issue. It's think it comes through to all of us in our heart, but this is effective only in the unincorporated county, not in any city in Sacramento County. I want to repeat that. And this issue came to me a couple of weeks before it became public. The California Apartment Association let me know that there was a particular apartment building that was having these evictions, and we immediately jumped on it and found the owners, which was not easy, but we did. And they have been working, I also called SHRA to see if there were any voucher recipients who lived in Bell Oaks, where SHRA might be able to help, and to their credit, they jumped on it and contacted all of those people. The Apartment Association, in working with the owner, came up with a solution of a cash incentive for individuals who, in that apartment house, the rents run from $950 to $1,050, and the incentive is $2,500, which is, if you compare it to the state ordinance, it's more I think you're getting 1 month rent incentive in the state law, and this is almost 3 times. In addition, the individuals who have the vouchers, they're very close to working out a solution where they can stay in their apartment. And I'm afraid if we pass this, that won't happen. We're afraid of being evicted. Well,
it's rough on the streets.
Please. Thank you.
Have opinions? That's cute.
Okay. So I think if there had been more time to deliberate this, we might have come to a different conclusion. But honestly, my office has had 2 phone calls, and that's all, to complain about this. I know that there's more people who have had this issue than 2, but that's the level of interest in.
Excuse me.
They know you don't care.
Excuse me, please. Thank you.
So if we would be interested in continuing this item for a couple weeks where we can have time to.
Are you going to sleep on the street soon? Did you lose your house?
I'm sorry, but.
No, you're not. She's not.
Well, we are conducting business. Please don't interrupt. Don't interrupt, or we can have you removed from the chambers.
Right.
Thank you. Supervisor Peters, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I would say that if you would like to extend this until our next meeting, where we have more time to finalize some of the things that that were taking place and we're working on, and have the ability to work it out with the tenants so they can stay in their apartments, then I'd be interested.
Okay. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. Supervisor Cerna has the floor.
Thank you. So given Supervisor Peters' comments, I would just plead with her that, there's no time. It's an emergency ordinance for a reason. B, you spent a lot of what you had to say about one single instance, and this is really about making sure that in the future, just in the next 7 weeks, that the same doesn't happen again. Otherwise, if we don't pass this today, quite frankly, as a member of this board, I'm going to be ashamed if we find out later that there's more people that have been victimized by this practice. And quite frankly, if that happens, and if those people become homeless, that's on our shoulders. And this is not usual. I don't plead necessarily with other members of the board for their vote like this, but it's a supermajority that we need to pass this today. So I'd ask you, please, to dig deep and please do the right thing.
Okay, Supervisor Frost.
Okay, I want to just tell you there were a couple people who came up and suggested that I wasn't listening, and I was, and I want you to know there's times during public comment when I'm taking notes or sometimes I'm typing notes, but I am listening, and I do care. And I really, my heart is breaking over this. I wasn't one of those people who originally supported rent control, and for this very reason. This is like the beginning of something that's going to continue to play out. And the first thing, what I really just wanted to quickly say, and I want to, I have to say that I'm like Supervisor Peters. My office did not receive any, I think we received 2 emails, and we did not receive a lot of correspondence around evictions. So I'm just telling you what my office, the communications that we received in my office. That doesn't mean that I don't care, and I'm really glad that the county staff and SHRA and the Rental Apartment Association and Supervisor Peters have been working with folks to try to work out their individual situations, and I think we absolutely, definitely have to do that. We need to make sure nobody is homeless or put out of their home. I do want to say that
I'm sorry, Supervisor
listen.
Frost, I apologize, but I will call a recess and we will clear the room if necessary. Please show respect. We can disagree on subjects, but we will act accordingly at a public hearing. Please, Supervisor Frost, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I have been a tenant, and I have also been a landlord. And I know that in Sacramento County, 44% of the residents are tenants, which means that 44% of 1.5 million people rely on average people like me, and who are willing or able to save their money for a down payment and purchase a property with the hopes of having an investment that will make a little bit of money and that can provide housing for someone else. And I want you to know that I was one of those landlords that actually always tried to rent below the market. I tried to get someone who was a good tenant that would take good care of the property and give them a good deal so they wouldn't want to leave. And I think there's a lot of landlords like that out there. The problem with rent control and with trying to regulate this is that now landlords don't have the same flexibility to work in the same way, and they're trying to get situated probably in a way that will allow them to afford to continue to rent at a lower level. They're doing the best they can to try to make sure they can make ends meet. It does come down to, I think, and I'm not even sure you can receive my words, but I wanted to try because this is important. You could be a homeowner.
No, I can't.
That was the wrong thing to say. The opportunity. We have opportunities.
Okay.
I'm on it. Right on it. Fucking hell.
Okay, this is my last warning before I take a recess.
The audience.
Okay, I'm going to I'll just continue and close by saying that this emergency ordinance, my concern around the emergency ordinance is for only 70 days, that there could be unintended consequences for a lot of other situations that are out there, that there's a lot of good landlords out there, and there's a lot more going on out there. So I would concur with Supervisor Peters that I'm not able to support the emergency ordinance at this time. I could support continuing it and continuing the conversation, but at this time, I'm concerned that.
Please.
Can't even name them.
No more warnings. Are you done, Supervisor Frost?
I think I'll just close with that.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no more comments by the board, please vote.
We'll go be at your houses next. Know that. You'll find out where you live and come there. Talk to you there, but you won't listen here.
And the motion fails.
You need to show it.
Yeah, you
need to show
Sorry,
it.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
More concerned people who have 2 houses and those.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Terrible person.
Thank you very much. Thank you, I appreciate that. Call back this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll to reestablish a quorum?
Supervisor Frost, Peters, Kennedy,
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 44, you are acting as the Board of Supervisors, Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento and the Sacramento Housing Development Corporation. This is the 2020 Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency proposed budget.
Sorry about that. I got it.
Testing. Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy and Supervisors. My name is Susanna Jackson, and I'm the Director of Finance for SHRA. I am here to present to you the 2020 budget for the agency. This 2020 budget follows the format of previously submitted budgets and that has won awards from both the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers and the Government Finance Officers Association. This is a balanced budget for the period of January through December and incorporates the activities of the housing authorities of the city and the counties of Sacramento. This also includes various federal entitlement funds and local housing funds administered by the agency for the city and the county. The total estimated resources necessary to fund the projects, operations, and programs for the agency is $211,961,139. Over 80% of our funding is from the federal government. These programs include Housing Choice Vouchers, which is our largest program, followed by public housing. I will highlight the Housing Choice Voucher and public housing programs later in the presentation. The remaining amount of about $40.3 million comes from state and local resources, such as the Housing Trust Fund. As you can see, the majority of the agency is funded at the federal level. Therefore, it's critical that the agency stay informed and monitor the activities that occur at the federal legislative level. This slide shows how the $211.9 million will be used. It is broken out by category. As I mentioned, the housing assistance payments is, that is the HAP, that is the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which is our largest program. It is also our largest expenditure at $109.1 million. Followed by that second is capital projects at $48 million, salaries and benefits at $28.7, services and supplies at $17.4, public services at $5.1, debt service payments at $2.9 million, and other financial transactions at about $700,000. This slide provides a 5-year comparison of operational budgets by category. As mentioned, this year it's $211.9 million. And you can see from 19 to 20, we are experiencing about a 10% increase from 2019 to 2020. The increase includes expenses for capital projects that are estimated for the new Marisol Village project, formerly known as Twin Rivers. Because the agency is over 80% federally funded, I was going to highlight 2 of our largest programs, which is the HCV program. So housing assistant payments. This chart reflects the revenues and expenses and reserves held by the agency from year to year. The higher the utilization of Housing Choice Vouchers, the higher the funding is available from HUD. However, eligibility is really only half of the battle here. We currently have been prorated at 99.7% back to 2014, meaning
we only receive 99.7% of what HUD believes it will take to administer the program. For 2019, the proration was listed at 99.5%. We consider that to be something that will be consistent into 2020. It is important to note that we see an increase, we estimate an increase in HAP payments throughout the years upcoming due to the RAD, the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program that we've been before you many times to talk about. The second largest federal funded program is the Public Housing Program. The overall housing program consists of units managed throughout the city and the county of Sacramento. The revenues that are received for the program are tenant rents and other fees, as well as the operating subsidy provided by HUD. So this slide illustrates the historical revenue trends of the public housing program. As you can see, there was a decrease in the operating subsidy shown in 2019. It was due to the temporary removal of the Marisol Development Project units, formerly known as Twin Rivers. As well, we anticipate a decrease in 2020, also attributed to the RAD program. And these projects are being removed from the public housing stock into the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, which will reflect a decrease in revenues in the public housing program.
Could you remind us how many units that is, both in the city and county? And there are actually some in some other cities that the agency still holds as well, so.
In total?
Yes. I just think it might be an important point in light of the discussions we've had here today thus far. Michelle?
The total number of public housing units is about 2,700.
And that's split, how many in the county versus city? And then there are some in Rancho Cordova, Galt,
That's
Elk
correct.
Grove.
We have everything from Antelope to Walnut Grove.
Yeah.
And the majority are in the city, because that's where the largest housing developments are.
Can you just, roughly what's in the unincorporated area or in the other cities outside the city of Sacramento?
If I remember correctly, I believe about 2/3 is in the city and about 1/3 is in the county.
Okay, so about 700 in the county, and including some of the other cities that were incorporated after we'd actually built the housing.
Right. And it does not include that we do have other non-public housing units that are split between the city and the county. So it's about 1,000 or so more in the unincorporated county.
When you say non-public housing, what do you mean?
We own other units that just aren't under the public housing platform.
Oh, okay, we own other units then. So actually the total count's about 3,700 then?
The total count is closer to a little bit over 3,000 units, with about 1,000 in the county and about 2,000 or so in the city.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Didn't mean to interrupt your flow. I just think it's important because you talk, all these charts show subsidies and so forth. It doesn't talk to how many units. So, okay, thanks.
That was actually a good transition. This concludes my portion of the presentation.
I'm glad I can assist with your presentation. Thanks.
That timing works very well. Lachelle Dozier, I'm the Executive Director of Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. So I really want to talk about what's happening at the federal level, the state level, and the local, and then highlight some of the accomplishments that we've been able to achieve at the Housing Authority. So just to kind of go and talk about the federal level, Susie talked about the fact that 80% of our funding comes from the federal government, so we're highly dependent on what happens in Congress. So in order for funding to occur, there are the three different houses of the federal government have to put forward their proposal. The president puts forward and the administration puts forward their budget, then the House puts forward their budget, and then the Senate puts forward their budget. So the president's fiscal year 2020 budget proposal slash funding for a lot of the HUD programs by more than 16%, which includes $4.6 billion cut to the public housing operating and capital funds, which would make it very harder, obviously, for us to address the housing needs of low-income people and those most vulnerable to homelessness. In addition, the administration budgets completely eliminated funding for the Community Development Block Grant Program, the Public Housing Capital Fund, the Choice Neighborhoods Initiative Grant Program. Fortunately, both the House and Senate appropriations each delivered a very strong opposition to HUD's inadequate budget, with funding bills that support our critically needed housing and community development programs that the administration proposed rescinding or eliminating. The two spending bills from the House and Senate include modest increase in funding for both public and affordable housing over our fiscal year 19 enacted levels. Given the huge disparity between the administration and then the House and the Senate, it is imperative that we continue to communicate our message to Congress to reject the administration's proposal and fund the programs based on recommendations from Congress. However, even with these modest increases that are being proposed by both the House and the Senate, there has been a decrease and a disinvestment that has depleted our public housing stock by over 10,000 units per year nationwide. So in addition to that, we are looking at what is the legislation and proposed funding looking like at the federal level. There are a couple of rules that I want to talk about and legislation as well. One is the housing as infrastructure. One of the things that our organizations have been advocating for is the fact that housing should be treated just like any other critical infrastructure for our nation. So the House Financial Services Committee Chairman, Maxine Waters, has called for a $70 billion investment in the Public Housing Capital Fund as part of any national infrastructure package. This funding would address the critical backlog of deferred maintenance in public housing that we know since 2010, HUD's own report shows that at a rate of $3.4 billion is how much our deferred maintenance continues to grow nationwide. In addition to that legislation, there's been another piece of legislation that is going to have a huge impact on our families, and that's the non-citizen rule. On May 10th, HUD published a proposed rule in the Federal Register that would mandate termination of assistance to mixed families and create new documentation and verification procedures for non-citizens. The proposed rule is a major reversal of regulations that have been in effect for more than 2 decades. So the way that it currently works is that if there's a family that has mixed citizenship, a prorated subsidy is based on the number of qualified individuals in the household. The proposed rule, however, would reverse that and would have a very negative impact on families, especially families with children. The last piece of legislation that we've been tracking is the low-income housing tax credit. This legislation will amend the IRS code to make changes to the program. And as you know, any of the affordable housing that we help finance is used with low-income housing tax credits. So what's on the table is to create additional tax credits that would increase the number of homes that could be produced to 405,000 per year. And that would establish a minimum 4% floor for tax credits. So the other piece, just going back to the federal, is about sequestration. And sequestration, as you know, is something where there is a budget cap. Luckily this year, in July, they raised those spending caps, so we don't have to worry about sequestration, so we're very excited about that. But we are still under a continuing resolution, so we don't have a federal budget. It only goes through November 21st of this year, and we will see if we have a budget. It's pretty doubtful. So we're pretty sure that they will have another continuing resolution. Now on to the state. At the state, this was just a banner year for housing. Governor Gavin Newsom and the legislature finalized the budget and provided for $2.75 billion in resources to address housing affordability and homelessness. This is the largest general fund allocation for housing and homelessness in California history. This $2.75 billion includes $600 million for new homeless housing assistance and prevention programs, specially targeted to provide permanent housing, rental assistance, navigation services to reduce homelessness. It also adds $500 million each to the low-income housing tax credit program, infill infrastructure grant program, and Cal HFA's mixed income program. These are all programs that we depend on to create affordable housing at the local level. Another piece of housing legislation that was signed that is near and dear to our heart is SB 329. SB 329 is a voucher anti-discrimination bill. So it expands the source of income definition that currently exists in Fair Employment and Housing Act to include housing choice vouchers and makes it a fair housing violation to discriminate against voucher holders. In addition, the governor signed 18 bills that remove barriers and boost housing production. So now I really want to shift more to the local level and the type of funding that we have at the county. Currently, these are all of the sources that SHRA administers on behalf of the city, and specifically more in this situation, the funding is shown for the county. We administer all of the housing programs, including the new housing and community development, No Place Like Home. We've been able to use that program in conjunction with county staff for new housing units. And we also monitor and report on policies such as the Housing Trust Fund, preservation, and in the city, the single room occupancy ordinance. However, there are some aspects of the policies that should be considered as solutions to local resources to address the housing crisis. These are the funds that we use to leverage any of the federal and state money. So the County Housing Trust Fund, as you can see, only generated $280,000. That particular fund is fixed and has not been increased since 1990. It is not indexed. The current fee ranges anywhere from 26 cents to 97 cents per square foot on commercial development in the unincorporated county. And it was established to construct workforce housing near employment centers. One way to increase the funding is for the county to consider increasing that fee, perhaps an automatic adjustment, which could be done similar to the county's affordable housing fee, which on this chart, as you see, did generate substantially more money and is indexed.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before, we go back to that just for a second, Michelle. So what we have available any given year, but go looking at 2020 anyway, in this case, we have less than $7.5 million by which we would either match or supplement, fill in. So if we have affordable housing builders that have gaps, they may be applying for tax credits, they may be bringing some self-financing, may utilizing other sources that are available to them. This is, and if we used all this, some of this is not, doesn't get regenerated that quick. So if we use the Housing Trust Fund, for example, if we use that $280,000, it's probably not going to build back in a year's time, or it's dependent upon development.
Correct.
Right, and building permits. The home funding is not. That's an allocation that comes
from the federal government.
Federal government that allows us. Mm-hmm. Affordable Housing Trust Fund is, once that's depleted, depending upon building permits done on the residential side, the unincorporated area, that could get replenished, but maybe not to that amount. I don't know. What do you see in a given year?
This is about the annual that we're seeing, given where the economy is now. Okay. Now, once that changes, as you said, let's say if there are fewer permits that are taken, then these are going to go down.
Okay.
Home, we're dependent, like I said, at the federal government in terms of what their allocation is, as well as CDBG.
But then this is the matching dollars, either that we match with or come in behind projects. And so have other communities, again, I know there's been discussion over time, is going to actually have a local bond program of some sort. Obviously, it has to be repaid. There has to be a mechanism for doing that. So we're competing, though, with communities that have maybe potentially other sources. Could you just take I know this hour is late, but take half a minute or a minute. What other communities do we compete with statewide that actually have local dollars available to them that actually puts us in a lesser position?
In fact, we do. We compete against the larger jurisdictions that have passed either local sales tax initiatives or bond initiatives. The city of San Francisco has another bond initiative that will generate, if I remember correctly, about $600 million for affordable housing. This is in addition to previous bond issues that they have submitted. Los Angeles has a huge bond initiative, $100 million. So all of your large jurisdictions have done this, San Jose, many of them. And so what they do is they use those particular resources to help leverage the federal as well as the state money, because we know that in order to really qualify and to get to the top of the list and get the most amount of points, it does depend on how much money the locals are willing to put into.
Are we seeing ourselves fall short? Because again, we know these application rounds, because of that competitive edge?
We have seen that, yes. In the past, when we had redevelopment for both the city and the county, we had enough to always really pretty much be at the top of the pack and pull down resources for Sacramento. But with the loss of that, this is all we have.
I'm going to ask the county executive's office, have we looked at any aspect of a housing measure of some way beyond these sources here? So I don't know if that's Britt or Rob or something, or whoever.
What we, Rob Leonard, Deputy County Executive, we have had some conversations with planning and our planning coming back to the board to resume the conversation on the housing trust fund and that commercial fee, which has been adjusted.
That's not my question, though. That's not my question, Rob. I'm asking about a broader measure, not just the trust fund.
Right. I was responding to all sources of funds.
Okay.
And no, we have not. We have had some examination of what other communities have been doing, but we have not advanced any thinking in terms of a potential discussion item for the board in terms of a sales tax measure or other item.
Yeah, whatever the measure might be, however that might be financed and how it might be backed up. But
yeah, and Britt, anything to?
No, that's right. There have been some internal discussions, but we've not been, at this point, not been doing much in terms of moving forward on putting together anything for the board related to either a sales tax or general obligation bonds or something like that require voter approval.
Okay, so let me just ask the question then. I know there was work being done on what might be potential revenue enhancement sources from the county, and it wasn't limited to housing by any means. It was obviously looking at our, the variety of obligations and demands we have. And I don't know where that's at. I guess we had some consultant we're paying tens of thousands of dollars to tell us something, but I don't know what that something is,
So that we did hire a consultant, not tens of thousands of dollars, actually, a fairly inexpensive consultant.
Okay,
but we did hire a consultant, and they have been working on a report. We've gotten a draft report from them. We're reviewing that now. That report should be done in the fairly near future.
Okay, so let me just maybe, Mr. Chair, it would seem to me that again, we're on the budget for the agency here today, but I'd like to have some discussion about what at least the alternatives will be, recognizing that next year is an election year. There are other measures that are being considered and contemplated, but to certainly kind of using at least some of the discussion we heard earlier today, and we continue to hear in these chambers, we rely on these sources to be competitive. If we can't be competitive, it doesn't, it really does us little good, even at $7.5 million, because we can't get the other gaps filled in. I guess I'd like to have some conversation with this board, and maybe it's in the form of a workshop, maybe even before the end of the year. I know it's a crowded agenda, to talk about, more broadly, because what we look to so traditionally is looking at folks that are already building. Either they're building homes or they're building commercial businesses. There's a nexus, obviously, to what we have here, and then we have home funds and block grant. And so, in a community this size, in a county with a population of well over 600,000 in the unincorporated area, and the housing needs that we're all feeling, I'd like to have a discussion about what a measure might look like, what options are available to us, and to actually have that teed up so we can have a good quality discussion in these chambers with obviously our staff who could give us that information. Certainly agency would be a part of that conversation, but I'd like to have that discussion so we know what our options are going into next year, and what we might, talk about that could be presented to folks if it was crafted, in a way that met some level of support. So, okay, yep, thanks.
Okay, so the next slide really moves on and talks about that $7.4 million and how we're able to leverage it and use that for affordable housing. So this past year, we've committed $175 million in loans and assistance to programs, which has put 850 units into the pipeline. 187 of those are renovated or newly built. So some of the types of projects are listed there. We have Sunrise Point. That's kind of a rendering that shows one that did come before you that you approved. So it'll be 47 units of new construction. One of the first ones in Citrus Heights, I think in a very long time. very long time. So they have partnered with us, and we're really excited about moving forward with that. In addition, we've done other programs in the city and the county, such as Sierra Sunrise, our RAD pilot. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Twin Rivers, Pacific Rim. So those are some of the apartment complexes, but we do depend on that $7.4 million to leverage and bring down all of the other resources so that we can rehab and create new units within the county. In addition to that, after those units are created, we have to monitor them. And we monitor them through our portfolio, which is $333 million worth of loans that we have put out. And every single agreement requires an affordability for up to 55 years. So our monitoring staff go out, and they currently look at over 1,100 loans in our portfolio. And these loans really financed over the past 20 years, 22,300 units. So the county has been consistently making some progress, but if we have additional funds, then we can continue to feed the pipeline and have more units available. In addition to just the multifamily, we also work on the home ownership side of things, where we really work to try and find creative ways to make people homeowners. There's a picture here that's really kind of near and dear to our heart, is a Habitat for Humanity. And this particular family, the mother who's there has on a red jacket, she worked and put in her 500 hours of sweat equity and didn't tell her children until the day that we came for the dedication, and she was presented with the keys and was able to tell her children that that was their new home. So those are the types of programs where we look for partners such as Habitat for Humanity and to see how we can be instrumental in creating home ownership opportunities. In addition to that, partnership is something that is key and in terms of how we get work done. So one of the things that we worked on very hard over the past several years is the Sacramento Promise Zone. $176 million has been awarded to organizations in the Promise Zone, and there's 150 partners. So we're really excited about the work that's being done. And then if we look forward to the programs that we're going to launch in 2020, there are three main programs. One is a program called Creating Sustainable Technology and Workforce Development Opportunities. This is a partnership between SHRA, SMUD, UC Davis, Blue Shield, the Sacramento Black Chamber, the Sacramento Urban League, Capital Region United Way, the Sacramento Kings, and Safe Credit Union. And the initiative is launched to create tangible economic development and workforce opportunities. Currently, SMUD is working with Baker Energy, and they've identified where they will train and certify students in sustainable energy technology. The first project that the students will undertake is installing solar tree charging stations within the Promise Zone. But the real purpose of doing that at the end of the program is that the students will actually be placed in jobs that use solar energy technology. Another program that we're doing...
Michelle, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
On that one, is SETA involved with that at all?
I believe...
No. I mean, I didn't hear that.
I'm not sure.
Okay, all right.
I would have to check and see. A lot of the programs we do, we coordinate with SETA because it's a work effort. In addition to that, there's a Building Local Organizational Capacity is another program that we're working on, and this is where banks have come together and pooled money. So Citibank, JP Morgan Chase, US Bank, Wells Fargo is working with 35 nonprofit organizations to receive extensive capacity building and training at no cost through the Impact Foundry in 2020. So those nonprofits will be trained in numerous areas like leadership, human resources, fiscal management. And then the last thing is our financial institutions partnership opportunity. And this is where banks who are a part of the Promise Zone have pooled their resources and are working to continue to expand small business development and financing resources for those businesses within the Promise Zone. So one particular thing that they also be working with is the Franklin Neighborhood Development Corporation to fund a prepared food mercado on Franklin Boulevard next year. So those are some of the opportunities and partnerships partnerships that we've been able to leverage as a result of the Promise Zone. The next one is the work that we've done through the Performance Partnership Pilot, and this is for disconnected youth ages 16 to 24. And so we received a grant from the federal government, and we've been working on it. It's a 3-year program. And through collaboration with key partners, 100 participants have been identified to receive housing vouchers. So this is to really stabilize homeless youth. 42 have already gone through the program. An additional 11 youth have vouchers in hand and are working with their case managers to identify housing. So we know that housing is a challenge, no matter if you have a voucher or not. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what we're doing to do that, but we're really excited that we're really targeting those people who are most vulnerable. In addition, the federal programs that we administer also fund safety net programs, infrastructure, and public facilities. Between the CDBG program and our Emergency Solutions Grant, it's about $6.2 million that we use to help fund the gap. And they provide vital services for programs like Meals on Wheels, our homeless and housing assistance that we also provide for over 1,600 individuals. And then they also help to fund the 3 shelters and our emergency repair program. This is just a picture there of a wheelchair ramp that was constructed with that ERP funding. And essentially the way the program works is for low-income individuals can apply to the program, and they can receive funding to help make renovations or changes to their homes. And it is a grant that does not have to be repaid. We anticipate that 150 households will be served through that particular program next year. In addition, the other types of things, and we've talked a lot about this in terms of CDB projects in the county and the process that we'll be moving forward. $5.8 million has been used for different types of park improvements, beautifications, curb and ramp improvements, and also Rosemont Community Park. So this is another way we leverage those federal funds here at the local level. Public housing. Public housing really is a program that helps assist those who are most vulnerable. 46% of the units in public housing are headed by a female head of household. 42% have a disabled family member. On average, we serve about 3 people, and as you can see, the average annual household income for a family of 3 is only $13,800. So, but for this housing, these are individuals who obviously would be either locked out of the housing market in some form or fashion, or would really be living in a situation where they're paying way too much money for their housing. Also in public housing, we're undertaking major initiatives to upgrade our current housing stock. Mirasol Village is one of those where we've talked about this. I won't go into a lot of detail, but Mirasol Village, we're really excited that next year we're going to be able in the first quarter to actually start vertical construction. As you can see now, everything has been demolished. All of the residents there have been relocated, and we're working on the infrastructure improvements. So a lot of progress in terms of the schedule for next year. The public housing program, the other big initiative that we're working on is our rental assistance demonstration program. As you saw from the previous charts, we're not getting enough funding. So this is an opportunity for us to switch over to a new platform that's going to give us more funding. Our first pilot will be finished this end of this year, 124 units, and then every year thereafter we'll start to transition. Under the rental assistance demonstration program, the key thing to remember is that we're moving from one type of public housing over to a Section 8 type platform, so that we'll be able to generate more funding for this particular way of funding our units. Then our next thing is about our resident engagement and employment. We have a Jobs Plus program where we've been working with our Housing Authority residents, $2.7 million over a 4-year time frame. We work on, we do have SETA is our partner, as well as the Greater Sacramento Urban League, DHA, Highlands Community Charter Center, Highlands Community Charter School. And these individuals and partners help us with our residents to get them job ready. Sometimes it's about education. Sometimes they're ready to go to work, and it's about placing them in jobs. It is focused on residents at Alder Grove and Marina Vista, but we are really using a lot of the lessons learned from our Jobs Plus into other programs. And specifically, one of those programs is our Section 3, our Economic Opportunity Plan. We really are going to work very hard to increase resident employment and job readiness. We've actually hired someone who is totally focused on our Section 3. The purpose of the plan is to ensure that we have economic and employment opportunities that are generated by HUD financial assistance. So because HUD is saying we're putting money into the projects, you should be making sure there's a priority given to our residents and other low-income individuals on those SHRA contracts. So our goal is that 30% of those businesses and contractors who are working with SHRA will actually be hiring qualified residents. Now I want to switch over and talk a little bit about the Housing Choice Voucher Program. As you know, this is a very large program. Over $8 million a month goes out into the community to landlords to pay the subsidy for our families who participate in this program. What we've been seeing lately is kind of housing choice vouchers is the difficulty that we have with getting vouchers out there on the street. We manage over 12 different wait lists through www.sacwaitlist.com. And I really want to pause here and make sure that everyone hears this announcement, is that on November 12th, our elderly and disabled wait list for housing opportunities will open. And it will remain open until we have 1,200 eligible applicants apply. Anyone can apply for those. Elderly is considered anyone 62 or older. So they can go to sacwaitlist.com and make an application, because our lists have been depleted and we need to make sure that we bring more people onto the list. So www.sacwaitlist.com. So in addition, the Housing Choice Voucher, instead of just regular vouchers, they have very specific vouchers for Shelter Plus Care and VASH. We have a couple there, veterans Christopher and Tracy. They were victims of the Camp Fire. They became homeless as a result of the fires. And they came to our jurisdiction, and because they are veterans, we were able to get them into Mather Vets Village. So very excited that we were able to provide that opportunity. So going on and talking about these challenges we have with the voucher program, we know that there are long waiting lists for affordable housing. So even as voucher holders receive kind of that lucky day where they're getting their voucher, they also are faced with waiting to try and get into units. We know that some landlords are not accepting voucher holders, and there are things that sometimes are barriers, such as eviction history or criminal background. The rent may be too high, or the payment standards in terms of what we pay is too low. However, HUD now has increased our 2020 payment standards for rent and utilities for the Sacramento region effective December 1st. So the purpose of this is to promote a more effective system and allow our HCV families to have greater access to neighborhoods with good schools, lower crime, high-frequency transportation, and quality housing. So we actually receive these payment standards by zip code. Currently, we have voucher holders who live in more than 50 of the zip codes affected by this increase. So just to give you a flavor for what this change means, if we look at our zip code area for the Antelope area, 95843, previously, we were paying $1,197 for a two-bedroom. Now with this change, we'll be able to pay $1,570. So that's a 31% increase. If you look at and average them out, it's about 25%. So we see this as a positive opportunity for us to be able to help our families who are out there and looking for housing with the voucher. But we know that just by increasing the payment standards is not a lot. It's not enough. We have done extensive outreach to let landlords know, and we'll continue that. We've hired a housing coordinator who has been out at these kind of trade fairs, and we've gotten positive response from landlords who now are considering this as a viable opportunity to rent their properties. We're also working to produce newsletters for landlords. We're doing evening orientations to make it more convenient for people who are working to attend. We've implemented a program where we acknowledge those landlords who participate and work with the program. And we're also developing a landlord strategy. So without landlords, we don't have an HCV program. So our website portal is going to make it easier for them to access the resources that they need. In addition, we're also working with our tenants, and we're conducting ready-to-rent trainings. We're partnering with NeighborWorks to do credit counseling. We're doing everything we can to make sure that they are marketing themselves as well to landlords and understanding what those requirements are. In addition, there are new rental housing laws that are assisting our families. I talked already about SB 329, which is protecting the source of income. So you can no longer discriminate against someone because they have a Section 8 voucher. In the past, sometimes you'd see signs where people would put no Section 8, or they'd say things like no dogs, no Section 8, and now that is illegal. So we're really glad and excited that this has now passed. Landlords will have to consider them and their income just like any other type of income. So we're thrilled about that. In addition, there's a VASH protection that protects military or veterans in terms of them being able to access and use housing choice vouchers, and makes it illegal to discriminate against them. And then there's also SB 644, which is security deposit amounts for service members or people who are veterans. It limits that to no more than 1 month's rent for a security department for an unfurnished unit. So we also talked earlier about AB 1482, which is the Tenant Protection Act. HCV is exempt, and it limits, so we know that because that is exempt, it's because affordable housing has more protections that are built in. So we are going to be working very closely to make sure that our landlords understand what those protections are, so that HCV tenants can be successful.
And I don't want to hurry you up, but we might lose a supervisor soon.
I've got two more.
Okay.
Two more. So the last thing, or last couple of things, and then there is a short video, is a 3-year strategy that we enacted to house 1,755 homeless families. And we're in year 2. 889 units have been allocated. 443 homeless families have been housed. Kind of the lesson learned with this is that what's most effective under this strategy is project-based voucher units. We have shifted, and wherever we have shifted, to use that as a way for housing developers to use that has been more effective than any other strategy. So we're really excited about that. So these are just some of the awards and recognitions that the agency has. We received, in fact, today, our latest certificate for operating of excellence for our budget. HUD recognized us for our VASH program, and we've been high performer. But all of our programs really are not necessarily about us, they're about the residents. And so one of the things I really want you to hear is from residents who access our program. Some of them are here today, but we did prepare a short video so that you can really hear directly from the people who benefit from our program. So if we could see that, then that would conclude my presentation.
My name is Zara Demas, and I'm a graduate of the Sacramento Housing Authority Family Self-Sufficiency Program. I was a single mom. I had, at that time, 4 children. I was having a hard time being able to meet my bills, trying to struggle, didn't want to end up being in the car with my kids. It's not just about your job and your status quo, it's who you are, and when you struggle and when you show that no matter what happens, you're gonna not give up. You're just gonna continue to be strong and never give up.
My name is Erica Joe, and I am grateful for the Sacramento Housing Authority Resident Training Clerical Program. I mean, it could have been the difference between life and death, like homelessness or yeah, that was the only other option. And when I got it, I met so many people that were so amazing and just supportive and were there to help build me up and shape me into someone that could be an asset to the agency.
My name is Peter Otiti. I'm a graduate of the Sacramento Housing Authority Resident Training PAINS Program. Thinking about what we're gonna eat, or what we're gonna do and stuff, or how we're gonna pay these bills and stuff. So it has really, helped the family a lot. But no, in housing, they give you that space to learn and to accomplish your goal in life. So I believe housing has really, opened the doors for me, whereby I was able to learn a trade, not just work, but in the future I will be my own boss. And without going through housing, I don't think I would be able to achieve all those achievements.
My name is Patrice Greenfield, and I'm grateful for the Sacramento Housing Authority Jobs Plus program. When I first moved here, I had a mattress that I was sleeping on, no frame. I had a bicycle to get to the store. I had no car, I had barely had any furniture. It was really bad, but I felt like I'm getting over there, and this is our new start, and that's all. I just went with that. It's a small job that I do, but I'm the person that's helping them to have that same idea that I had when I first moved here. Like, I can get there and get my life together for me and my babies. So that's what it means to me. That's how I feel about it. And it's really, I just feel so blessed. I really do.
That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I see no questions from the board, so I will open up the public hearing. And Jeffrey Tardaguia. Followed by Cecile Numley.
thought you had another individuals, but I hope there is one following me. But what I will offer is one of the things they have not mentioned to Sacramento Housing is some of the other efforts they have made and some of the outcomes that has resulted in. One of the things that occurred this year was I encouraged them about in dealing with websites, so more information has become very publicly available. The other thing, they also housed for the Treasury, the Secretary of Treasury, should we say hearing, if I correct me on that, through here. I don't know that she's not telling you, but the results of that, because of Sacramento Housing explaining to me the difference between the 9% and the 4% of tax credit, was able to testify and talk about that 4%, and the treasurer rewrote the legislation. So the 4% in advantage through there is now much clearer, and she made additional money available. This is something that you can actually attribute to Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency of doing. I've spent the last year and I watch and go, I didn't think I was that busy with legislation, but a number of the things from Choose to the Frazier to other bills that have testified before through here, again, say this is the thing. I don't know whether you're going to address, but the accountability aspect I will ask is, look at what's going on with the Capitol Motel project, because I think you need a better understanding of what's happening and going on with that. And if I understand correctly, you're kind of stuck for at least another year in regards to certain things. You need to understand that as well, I think, better, and I suspect you as a board don't have all the information. So I encourage you to consider that also equally important. And that's my hope, positive reflection back of spending time with this board.
Thank you. Cecile Nunley? No? Okay. Gail Morgan? Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. That's it.
Well, I saw Cecile here earlier, so I know she was here. Gail Morgan. Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm the chair of the Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Commission. I have been for this year, and I was also from 2009. I've served on the 11-member commission since 2007, and there are two other commissioners that are here today, Cecile and Mel are here. I've enjoyed serving on the commission. I've enjoyed living in public housing. That's how I got my first connection with SHRA, and they've done a lot of things. The presentations that they give, I skipped a card here. I knew it was out of line as soon as I got that person. So the commission serves as an advisory board for SHRA, which gives members first opportunity to review and make recommendations about the activities, programs, and projects that the agency is proposing and administering on your behalf. This includes SHRA's extensive budget review process, which I find to be very thorough, well-organized, and informative. Staff begins to develop, I put here August. We see it in August. I know they work on it before we see it. So they put a lot of time in on getting the budget out months ahead of time, get a balanced spending plan to present for the commission's review and ultimately for your approval. During the process, we received multiple presentations from SHRA's housing and community development departments. The presentations provide a detailed explanation of proposed revenues and the expenditures, as well as information on how well the agency has performed in developing its mission to provide affordable housing and revitalization to low-income communities. Throughout the process, staff is always available to answer questions, even after hours sometimes, and they present the budget to us, and they respond to any concerns that we present to them and our recommendations. Serving on the commission and the RAB, and being a housing resident, gives me unique insight into the perspective on SHRA's work and its impact on the community and the residents as it serves. and I do spend a lot of time going out and visiting a lot of the residents and the resident committees. As chair of the commission, and I sit currently as the treasurer of the RAB, I have the opportunity to keep the residents informed about what the agency is proposing so they can be engaged and involved in the decisions that affect them. The agency is administering a number of major federal programs to improve the quality of public housing and enable residents to become more self-efficient.
Can you start wrapping up, Gail?
Yeah, got one left.
Thank you.
One of the programs is the Rental Assistance Demonstration Pilot Program. I've had the opportunity to meet with SHRA and with residents. It is a very positive program. It's going to do a lot for the program, and I'll wrap it up with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Wendy Pelletier. Followed by Ardell Harrison. And if everybody could be cognizant of the 2-minute time limit, we are a bit of a time crunch today.
Good afternoon, Board and Chair. My name is Wendy Pelletier. I'm the business agent with Council 57. I represent the workers at SHRA Public Housing. I'm here to bring a concern to you in regards to this proposed budget of the salaries and benefits of 5.4%. We would like to know where that is going. We had a meet and confer on 10/17 in regards to the RAD program. In that meeting, it was proposed to cut job classifications and cut wages and Y-rate them of our employees. So again, where is this 5.4% going? It clearly is not going to the workers that we represent. Here's an example. A Sacramento County median average pay is approximately $83,000. Currently, an 18-year SHRA maintenance technician top pay is $57,000. With the proposed wage cut, that employee would be cut by $14,000, which equates to approximately 25% cut in pay. Where's the 5.4% increase going in salaries and benefits? It's not going to us. The budget allows for increase of FTEs. However, majority of those positions are at low income wages. It creates employee positions to live on site, providing them a 1-bedroom apartment. What if it's a single mother with kids? What if it's a family with kids? Where are they gonna live? They're gonna be right back here having the same conversations that we just heard an hour ago, which is very, very sad. So we are asking you to look at this budget, look at this increase and the 5.4% salary and benefits increase and find out where it's going. It needs to be going to housing for these people. It needs to be going for our communities and the tenants and the employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Mr. Harrison, and then Mel Griffin.
Thank you. My name is Ardell Harrison, and today I'm wearing 3 hats. One as the Vice President of the Sacramento NAACP, one as a small developer, and a concerned citizen. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As we all know, housing is a serious problem. Homelessness is a serious problem. And when homeless people are forced to move out of their locations, they just find another location, such as the camp that was located on Stockton Boulevard. By having more redevelopment programs, this eliminates us making the Channel 10 news, protests in the streets, and helicopters. I recently attended the city council meeting last month where Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency did a 5-point program, and the program that Lachelle laid out was brilliant. I've worked with the Sacramento Redevelopment Agency for 30 years here in Sacramento. Through a lot of Cynthia Shalek, Larry Kramer, all the Molly Oser, and it's a program that has helped people over the years. I have worked with them with the HUD VAS and Homeless Veterans Program, and without this agency, one family would probably still be homeless. with the NAACP, support the private sector funding to carry out this desperately needed improvement to the public housing communities. The Residential Assistance Program is an opportunity to secure and upgrade public housing. My heart goes out to all of the people who spoke about trying not to become homeless. They have the right to fight. Supervisor Kennedy, you and I met in your office, and I told you about projects that we had to help solve some of these homeless programs. I haven't heard from you. Please reach out, but first, by passing the Sacramento Redevelopment Agency's program, it is desperately needed. I just want to thank Lachelle for all the work that she's done in helping landlords to understand the program, because it's critical. We have to understand how the HUD-VASH programs work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mel Griffin? Mel Griffin? Oh, here we go.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, and good evening or good afternoon to all you supervisors and county staff.
Hi, Bill.
As some of you are aware, especially Supervisor Natoli, I left the county 40 years ago, and I'm the guy who established the workers' comp and a lot of other things for the county. And my name again is Mel Griffin, and I'm a member of the Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Commission and have been since 2012, when then Supervisor McGlaskin appointed me and Supervisor Frost has retained me. She's allowed me to stay there for a while anyway. Over the years, my serving, and I have notes, and I'll try to be quick. Over the years, I've been very well, or I've become well, versed in the many ways the agency works to help residents. And I'll tell you, the SHRA staff, they don't only work to do these jobs, they are dedicated to their jobs to helping people. I spent 40 years in workers' comp and saw a lot of people who did a lot of work that weren't dedicated. These people, you don't get in their way. They do the job. The activities that you've heard this evening covered and by the agency functions, they're administered through a very detailed budget. It requires a high level of expertise and thoughtful consideration. It took the better part of 4 days for me to wade through that thing. And that's over 200 pages, way over 200 pages. But I learn something every time I read it. The agency staff affords the Commission multiple opportunities to review and provide input on what funding is available and how it's to be spent in a new fiscal year. And as part of its obligation as a public agency, the staff always makes sure that residents and communities are encouraged to be engaged in the budget process because of the funding. Programs and activities are intended to benefit them and the communities where they live. As some of you know, I've served on a lot of commissions, boards, and things, not only in the area, in the region, and the state. And they work exceptionally well to get information out and invite participants and invite people to come in and give their comment. I've been involved in a budget process, well, since I've been on the commission, but each time the staff has always met or exceeded expectations for inclusion and consideration of the role that we commissioners play in advising and recommending and improving activities and programs that eventually come before you. Being old, I have to read now. I don't just top off the top of my head.
If you could wrap up soon.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm going to. Don't have hardly a couple lines. A lot of work the agency does has benefited the Rio Linda community where I've lived for 80 years. And the agency staff does deserve my confidence, your confidence, and appreciation for effectively and efficiently conducting the budget process that ensures community and resident involvement and a commitment to deliver on its mission to provide affordable housing and improve Sacramento communities where a better place for everyone to live and work. And that's through their dedication and selflessness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the last card I have for public comment, so I will close the public hearing. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Chair. I would, I'm prepared certainly to move the recommendation here with the budget, and appreciate the overview that Lachelle gave, and certainly the staff that assisted her in putting that together. I do want to just say, though, that, and again, it doesn't have to be part of the motion, but as I spoke to earlier, I think the housing issue warrants some additional focus and attention by this board. And as I mentioned, I believe, hopefully there's concurrence here, that we should have a workshop, maybe talking about some ability for this county to better leverage to look at measures that would, potentially result in some additional resources for this county, certainly as in the unincorporated areas, but county-wide potentially, to build on some of the initiatives that we currently have in place. And so I'd like us to do that. And again, if it were to be even potentially a ballot measure of some sort, then we ought to have that discussion and and look at what that might take and who the parties might be that would be parties that would be involved in that. But to remain competitive, I don't think we're going to continue to do it at at the $7.5 million a year. We're going to lose out to these communities time and time again, and it just puts us further behind the 8 ball. Thanks.
Mr. Cerna.
Thank you. I'm going to have to leave here shortly, so I'm going to make my comments brief. But there was an issue that was raised by labor that I'd like to have Lachelle address. I was approached, and perhaps there's others on this board that were as well in person, about the concern, and I think it deserves a formal response on the record.
So in the budget, there is an increase in our salaries and benefits, and that really goes towards the labor contracts that are currently in place. As you recall, we negotiated labor contracts with both employee groups, the AFSCME as well as EA, for 5 years, and each of those included COLAs. So all of that is rolled into the budget that you see. We are currently in the meet and confer process with both unions. We are working through those issues about what's going to happen to staff. In terms of on-site, no one is required. Current staff are not required to live on-site and will not be required to live on site. On site is something that we will open up. If there are staff who want to move into those slots, they're perfectly willing to do so. But really, we'll be looking to recruit outside of the agency to fill those particular positions for individuals where that works for them, because we understand the difficulty of making those types of changes. I think that covered most of the questions. Did I leave something out?
So you're in the meet and confer process now.
Absolutely. We're in the meet and confer process, and we will continue that until we get to some resolution. We do anticipate that it's going to take us the next couple of months to do so, but we are committed to the process.
So some of the concerns that were expressed would not, whether perceived or real, would not be in effect any time in the near future?
Not until we get to some level of agreement, and we do feel that we can do that if we all, in good faith, sit at the table and work through those particular issues.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just real quickly to piggyback, though, Lachelle, and I think I mentioned this to you when we talked yesterday. This, as we're recruiting for housing managers, and if it's those are employees, one of the concerns, and Wendy spoke to it today, but I did hear that there's some limitation to a one-bedroom facility. But if they have family or there's others in the family, hopefully we can accommodate that if we have somebody that qualifies otherwise for that managing those units. So
absolutely, we'll look at those types of things. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd move the staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Do you need a motion on some direction relative to a workshop on?
I'm going to speak with Nav about it.
Okay, you will do that. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Okay.
Okay, we're going to move around a little bit here. Now we're going to go back to number 42, where the district attorney has shown great patience.
Do you want me to read it now or wait?
What? If you can quietly leave, that would be great. We still have business to conduct.
Good afternoon, Board, and I'll wave to Supervisor Cerna as he rushes out. But thank you for having us today. I am here today to give the 20th annual report for the Domestic Violence Death Review Team. As you know, the Domestic Violence Death Review Team is a county-wide collaborative that meets each month to review every domestic violence-related homicide that happens in this county. I believe the report has been submitted to you, and you should already have it. I wanted to address initially our theme for this year, which is probably not completely clear in the report, but it is clear to the members of our review team, which is the children of our county. We emphasize the number of children that have been impacted not just by domestic violence itself, but by domestic violence lethality. If we look at this report, you'll notice that we also gave an update on the Domestic Violence Prevention Collaboration, which is a community-wide collaborative that meets and discusses domestic violence issues in our community, and was one of the supporters of the creation of the Family Justice Center. We gave you a number of graphs that indicate the numbers of clients that are going to the Family Justice Center to give you kind of a snapshot of the impact that domestic violence has in our community. This is not every domestic violence victim, obviously, that does go to the Family Justice Center, but it gives you a real snapshot of the impact that domestic violence and family violence has on our community. In 3.5 years that the Family Justice Center has been open, they have 3,100 clients that have visited the center. In that time, 2,500 clients have returned for additional services, which is very important because recovering from trauma is a process. And to be able to recover, you have to commit to the process and you have to trust the process. And when victims are coming back to the center for additional services, that is an indication that they really do trust the process. I said the theme was children, and you'll notice on page 6, there were 3,732 children connected to the 3,100 victims of family violence in our community. If you look farther, the next graph, 1,568 of those children were under the age of 5. And it was important for our committee to point that out because all of the experts around the country that have been reviewing the impact of family violence on children have all come to the conclusion that the younger the children are, the more impact family violence has on them. If you're a child in a crib in another room and there is family violence going on in the living room and you're sleeping in the bedroom, you are more impacted by that violence than the 9-year-old or the 10-year-old that is actually witnessing the event. And that's because brains of young children, especially infants, are sponges. Anyone that has children knows that what children do is they mimic what they see in their household. Children grow up learning the language of their parents, adopting the accent that their children have. And I go to my family back in Minnesota. All of their children have that Minnesota accent. When you look at what kids mimic, they mimic everything that they see in a family. If they see violence on a day-to-day basis, they begin to normalize violence. To them, that is the way the world is. And unfortunately, the statistics show that they are then going to be part of what is called the cycle of violence. And the cycle of violence is something that extends generationally. So if we talk to the victims that come into our Family Justice Center, we know that many of them had seen domestic violence when they were young. And their fear is that they are going to pass this on to their children. And unfortunately, statistics show that this is actually accurate. You'll notice that the Family Justice Center has been taking very good statistics about in a number of categories, which they felt, and the Domestic Violence Prevention Collaboration felt, were going to be important to make sure that we are impacting our community in the right way. When the Family Justice Center was an idea that was supported by this community, what they wanted to do was make sure that if you're going to put a new piece into the system of response to violence, that you're impacting the communities that are most impacted by that violence. So to see solid numbers of the LGBTQ community, of refugees, of people with limited English proficiency, to see that communities of color are coming to the Family Justice Center. We actually have a higher percentage of African American clients than is actually in the population of Sacramento coming to the Family Justice Center. That we have homeless clients, which I will address a little bit later, coming to the Family Justice Center. And elders with disabilities are coming at a high rate to the Family Justice Center. It's unfortunate to see the impact that family violence has on these groups, but it is at least good to know that these groups are willing to come to a place like the Family Justice Center to get their support that they need. The impact on safety is something that's hard to understand just from the numbers, I believe, when you look at the Family Justice Center statistics. But one of the things that stood out to me when I reviewed them was that there were 1,500 restraining orders that were granted after clients came to the Family Justice Center and requested help with family violence, domestic restraining orders. And those clients were all given safety planning along with their orders from court. This was really a first for family court in our community. When we were first really looking at what kind of impact we could make to make this community safer from violence, we looked at family court and realized that from reviewing all the expert studies, when you have people that are involved in a violent relationship, and that violent relationship, the abuser, the person who is using violence and threats, communicates things like, that I could take your life if you do not obey me. When that abuser gets a communication saying that the other person wants to leave the relationship, their danger level for that victim actually increases. And nothing says, I want to leave the relationship like a restraining order does, right? So what was happening before we had this in place at the Family Justice Center, we had victims going to family court, getting restraining orders, thinking that they were making a step in their own safety, and not realizing that they were actually putting themselves at a higher level of danger. So it's imperative when you look at all the studies that if someone is going to get a restraining order, that they contact an agency and get safety planning before they actually get that order filed and served. That is something the Family Justice Center has taken to heart, and it's why the whole idea of the Family Justice Center was placed at family court, so that that access for victims would be very, very easy. And after 3.5 years, even though, and I will say I've been involved in the death review team for 15 years now, that recurring theme of cases where we've seen people get restraining orders and they end up dead, and we have to review that case, has happened over and over again. And one of the things I think that the Family Justice Center team is proud about is that of the 3,100 clients that they had, including the 2,500 returning, and the 1,500 restraining orders, we have not had one lethal event for any of those clients. And that's because they've gotten safety planning and they've gotten training and they've learned how to use techniques and to make themselves safe before that communication is done. And that has saved lives. So I'm very happy to have been a small part of the creation of that Family Justice Center. I do want to thank, I know we have Joyce Ballou from the Family Justice Center here today. The Family Justice Center, though, isn't just Joyce Ballou or a couple of people. It's really a collaboration of organizations in this community. I mean, one of the reasons we have a Family Justice Center is Beth Hassett from Weave came to us and said, I think there's a program that is doing more in San Diego. We should look into this. And right now, Weave and My Sister's House and Lao Family Community and a number of other organizations have all supported and partnered with the Family Justice Center, including Bridge Network, City of Refuge, Chicks in Crisis, Liberty Towers, Community for Peace, have all been part of that process. So it's been I believe it's funny when you look back at it. I think when I was appointed by our former district attorney to be the project manager of this and try to create it, I had no idea what I was getting into. But when I look back on my career, I'm going to realize that all that work and effort was really something that benefited more for this community than I could have ever even imagined. So it is one of the things that I will be proud of when I look back on my career. When it comes to the actual death reviews that we did this year, we reviewed 7 cases in total. As usual, some of the cases took a little bit more time. We had to do multiple months, especially the murder-suicides are harder for us to investigate because law enforcement it does not do as deep an investigation, and it's up to us to kind of find out sometimes some of the history of violence that was perpetrated on the victims in that case. The victims' ages ranged, of those 7 cases, from 24 to 79. And the ages of the perpetrators ranged from 25 to 83. And I know I've been up here before giving this presentation, and I've said, that domestic violence and family violence really runs the gamut of all ages and all parts of our community, and I don't think anything says it better than 25 to 83 or 24 to 79. We have a number of findings. I know you've been here a long time, so I'm just going to skip to the findings. Our first finding was the effect of substance abuse in our community and how that impacts families and children. We have, if you will look at the report, I think every single case, 6 out of the 7 cases, there was abuse of either methamphetamine, alcohol, marijuana, or a combination thereof, and also cocaine. And it all seems to be part of the impact of violence. It is not the reason that violence occurs, but it can be part of one of the triggering events. There used to be a myth that was thrown out many years ago that said that the Super Bowl was the worst day for domestic violence in the calendar year. And my domestic violence team has been looking at statistics for what is really the worst time of year, and we've been doing that for the last 15 years. And I've talked to other counties, and they agree with me. The worst time for family violence is actually Thanksgiving to Christmas. It's the holidays. The extra alcohol, the family tensions, the money stressors, all those things combine to make violence something that happens in our communities. The finding number 2 is homelessness. One of the cases that we reviewed, one of our 7 this year, was a homeless woman who was brutally murdered. And what our team wanted to emphasize on that is that it is more, there are more women that are homeless right now because of family violence or violence that they have endured than any other reason. And if I know the county is going to be involved over the next few years in developing plans for homelessness. I know it's already been involved. We heard some speakers today about that. I would beg you to include our community groups, Weave, My Sister's House, all of our community groups that work on family violence when you're developing those plans. Because they need to be heard, because it's very hard for victims of violence who are homeless to get their voice heard. And these organizations work with these victims and can, I believe, shed some real light on what the needs of our community are. The number 3 finding is the impact on children that domestic violence has. But more importantly, out of those 7 cases, there were 12 children that were left without either a mother or a father, and in some of our cases, both in the murder-suicide. It really accentuates and I think pinpoints how violence impacts our community, because we really think of the victim who has perished, but really that's just the drop in the lake, and there's ripples, and the ripples are the children that are affected. If you look at victims of family violence, when they get to school, they are more likely to be the children because they have suffered trauma and they're dealing with that trauma. They're the children that sometimes are more likely to act out. They're the children that might be labeled ADHD, but really what's going on is PTSD. If you look at how this creates a lifetime of impact, children that are acting out in school that have been the victims of trauma are more likely to have trouble in school. They're more likely to get into some kind of suspension or detention situation. Those children are more likely to end up in a dependency situation, dealing with CPS. They're more likely, unfortunately, to end up in our justice system. And if we spent a little bit of money in the front end, we could save a lot of money on the back end. My dad's favorite saying when I was a kid was, an ounce of prevention, a pound of cure. And there's no better use of that term, I think, that when it comes to how we work with our children. One of the things that I've been proud to be part of for the last 5 years is Camp Hope. Camp Hope is a program that takes kids that have been through these kind of traumas to camp. And the idea of, it's a 3-word message, or 3-themed message for kids. Believe in yourselves, believe in your dreams, and believe in others. And one of the things that is robbed from children when they're involved in these kind of families with violence is their own hope for their own future. And I've seen what a little bit of love and support can do for children. And I would ask this board to continue to support programs like Camp Hope, but other programs that also work on children with all kinds of trauma. Because you can get trauma from a family home, but you can also get trauma or be affected by trauma if you live at 38th and MLK and there's 5 murders in your block in a week. Okay, the effect of trauma is going to be real in those children, and they need the same type of love and support. Finally, our last finding is guns. 5 of the 7 cases this year, a handgun was used, and there were a couple of the abusers that legally should not have had access to firearms. We are going to ask this board to support efforts by law enforcement, probation, our office, and also the family court to work on a better system to make sure that people that have the desire to use violence cannot have access to guns. There are a number of legal ways that you can eliminate access to guns. There is a training that I'm going to go to. I know that a couple of members of the Superior Court are going to go to. Probation is also going, and I believe members of the Family Justice Center and my Domestic Violence Death Review team are going to. It's being held by the Giffords group in San Francisco, and it's going to be talking about ways that you can legally take guns away from people that are going to commit violence. And I've heard the argument, guns don't kill people, people do, but unfortunately the people that commit the violence use guns. So if we can get the guns out of the hands of violent people, we are going to be a safer place. And that is a very quick summary of our report. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions of the board? Supervisor Natoli.
Yes. Paul, thank you for your leadership and work. Certainly, you've appeared many times before this board, and I know obviously with the team of folks that you not only review the particular cases that you review, but I think some of the initiatives that you've outlined here do provide, I think, some hope for the future. And again, I just want to commend you for your leadership and that of obviously folks you work with. A couple of quick questions. One, in the finding that as looking at developing response to homeless issues, but you mentioned that the domestic violence agency need to be included, and I couldn't agree more with you on that. But you mentioned, We Even Safe House and some of the, We Even in my sister's house and some of the other ones. But just with your case number 7 here, when you have a 79-year-old and an 83-year-old victim and perpetrator, I guess my question is that will we involve folks who are working with a senior population? Because in this case, as outlined here, there was dementia. There was some reports about the person who was in a home, and then obviously ended up becoming a murder-suicide or a homicide. Yeah, homicide-suicide, if I'm not mistaken, what I read here.
Yes.
So, are you seeing more trends? But secondly, that I would assume that we would want to involve like Volunteers of America that run the Senior Safe House. I know that. Again, I've said this a number of times in recent months here, is that we're turning away 1 or 2 people a day from the safe house. Again, not always domestic violence, but victims of neglect, abuse, and I assume violence as a part of that, because just like you said, for children, I got to imagine for seniors or people that are in a debilitated state, that that same vulnerability, it may not be of a child, but certainly that same vulnerability can begin to be present. And I would hope that certainly as your team works, and I think the Family Justice Center provides this, I was amazed by the stats that showed who's coming through your door and some of the statistics, not just age, but obviously of gender and certainly ethnic background as well. So have you talked about that much relative to the senior population? Obviously the children and obviously the folks that are victims and the perpetrators are our focus here, but it seems to me that there's a trend potentially, and I don't know if that's true or not. So,
we have discussed it a lot, and it's interesting because, as you know, I also oversee the elder death review team.
I know you do.
So we discuss it on both sides of it. In this case, especially, I'm going to have to review twice because we're going to have to talk about it in the elder death and the domestic violence death review team. And one of the things that I think opened the eyes of even some of the long-term agencies that have worked on family violence issues in our community, that in the first 18 months that the Family Justice Center was open, more than 10% of the clients were elders.
Wow.
They have actually had elders that came in to the family court with fresh injuries, wanting a restraining order, saying, "I'm terrified to go back to my home." And luckily, we had the Family Justice Center there, and they have vans. They were actually able to drive them right to the safe home. I'd hate to think what would have happened if the Family Justice Center had not been there for that. So it is definitely something that we are looking at and have prioritized.
One other thing I want to just ask about, because it's not really identified here, but what about the veteran population? Again, folks who have obviously been trained in a professional manner and have probably defended this country honorably, but certainly are not unfamiliar a lot of times with weapons and coming back with PTSD or other and maybe even some addictions. So we see the opioid issue as it relates to some of the treatment that they get, and then that treatment goes away, and so they're searching for other drugs or alcohol as a dependency. What are you tracking that at all in the Family Justice Center and in your review of these cases? Again, populations that we know certainly are under some great stress when they return back to civilian life. So,
yes, actually, we are tracking all veteran contacts and victims. If whether it's the victim who was a veteran or whether it was the abuser who was the veteran, I actually kind of coordinate some of that. I coordinate some of the cases that we end up putting in vet court, which is a diversion program run by the VA to get them services to try to create a place where the impact of a conviction is not really what we need. What we really need is services to deal with PTSD issues. I know it is a passion of Ms. Ballou because she's been involved in veteran organizations for many, many years. I can't remember what title you have.
I'm involved with the VFW and American
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's been a passion of her for years and years and years, which makes it easy to make that a passion of the Family Justice Center.
One final question then, just on your Camp Hope, and I know I can tell you got a little choked up with that, at least it appears so. And is there a way for folks who want to maybe provide a scholarship for a young person, either an organization or an individual? Could we get some more information about Camp Hope? Because it sounds to me like that's a one way to deal with some of the trauma that these young people are experiencing when it's identified in those homes. And 24 went this year, but if you could send 36 or 48 next year or this upcoming season, I don't know when the camp is held, but it would seem to me it would be something very worthwhile. To your point about putting some resources at the front end. So
Right. We obviously the Family Justice Center takes donations for Camp Hope. But we have not actually developed a program for scholarships. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll have somebody from the Family Justice Center call you and
Great. No, I'd like to know that. Maybe at a future presentation we can put that out over the airwaves too, and there's a way to get that out. But yes, I'd be very interested in knowing what it takes to send a young person to that camp.
All right.
Great. Thanks, Paul.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. I see no more board members punched in, but we do have one member of the public, Bridget Duffy.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. I'm actually a victim of domestic violence myself, and I appreciate any help. Thank you. High five. Actually, I wanted to say that 3 women a day are murdered by their intimate partners. That is an epidemic, and it does need to be addressed. And I am really glad that there are some places that are providing some shelter, some help. Anything is great. But I think what we have to really address is the violence in our society. Police are often called to domestic violence scenes, and they don't even investigate. They don't even go say hi to the supposed victim. They look at her like she caused some trouble or she should be arrested. And it's really quite insane. But I think that what hasn't been looked at is the high rates of domestic violence within the police department. I think obviously when you have a police department that has high rates of domestic violence, you're not going to see a lot of good results from them policing other domestic abusers. It's just a plain and simple formula. And I don't mean anything against police. I know that all people have issues within relationships that can be very, very difficult. It is when you use your power and your strength to impact my life negatively, and then society, which is made up of mostly men, also impact my life negatively. It's like it's this. It's just what we live in. It's a soup we live in, and women are at the butt of most of this violence. So thank you, and please do more. And I just wanted to announce, after last vote, I'm running for supervisor of the District 4. I'm running against Sue Frost. I've calmed down a little bit, but it's called the Fuck Sue Frost campaign. So vote for me.
Thank you. All right, that's the last card that I have on that item. I have no other members of the public that would like to speak, so thank you very much.
It's a receive and file. It's a receive and file. You don't need a motion. Okay.
Item 40.
It's 45.
Item 45 is the planning project for the ARCO AMPM at Elkhorn Boulevard and 32nd Street. This is a request for a use permit, special development permit, and a design review to allow for a 24-hour automobile station, a 24-hour convenience store, and a car wash facility with drive-through in the light industrial zoning district. And this is located at the southwest corner of the Elkhorn Boulevard and 32nd Street in the North Highlands community. And the environmental document is a mitigated negative declaration.
Okay, now before we get started, item number 45, 46, and 47, all 3 are in Supervisor Cerna's district, and he wanted me to convey that he supports the staff recommendation on all 3 of those projects. Go ahead and begin your short presentation.
Leanne Moffett, Planning Director. I am planning on foregoing the PowerPoints and just making a few remarks, if that's okay with the board members. So this first item, the location was introduced by the clerk. It is a new Arco gas station with a car wash in an industrial zone. There is agricultural residential zoning to the south and east of the site. There is a special development permit associated with it. There is a unanimous recommendation for approval from the CPAC and a recommendation from approval, also unanimous, from the Planning Commission. And so with that, I wanted to see if the board have any
questions from the board? Okay, we have no speaker slips, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the motion carries.
I'll let the clerk read in the next
46.
item.
I'd like to restate that it was a unanimous vote with those members present. For item 46, this is the Arco PM at Elkhorn Boulevard and 32nd Street. This is a request for a public convenience or necessity, a letter to the board of, from the Board of Supervisors to issue a Type 20 off-sale beer and wine liquor license for a new AM/PM convenience store. This is located at the southwest corner of the Elkhorn Boulevard and 32nd Street intersection in the North Highlands community.
This is the accompanying request for finding from the board to allow the state to issue a liquor license. They are requesting a Type 20 beer and wine only at the Arco. There is a CPAC unanimous recommendation for approval. The sheriff is willing to allow this with their conditions. I do have one item I want to clear up for the record. Supervisor Natoli inquired during the briefing about some materials in the staff report and the PowerPoint. The board has the ability to make a finding of either public convenience or public necessity. Typically, that's a lot of times the board articulates that as a finding for public convenience. We addressed both in the staff report, but typically there is a preference just for a finding of convenience. So with that on the record, that concludes my remarks.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I want to elaborate. I appreciate Leanne addressing it head on here, but on page 9 of the staff report, and again, I had not seen this anytime recently in these staff reports where the public convenience, and I think at least this member has been pretty clear, I've supported most of these over the years, but it's not because of public necessity. I, for one, do not see any necessity and I don't care how you want to try to define it, certainly public convenience and the availability for products to be sold that are regulated and so forth. But in the staff report, I just want to draw attention to the line under the fourth bullet where it said, after talking about the CPAC recommendation, talks about the business operations, and it says, additionally, public necessity is demonstrated as development of the subject parcel would activate historic underutilized site. I don't think it's demonstrated. I don't agree with that finding. And if that was a part of the findings, I was prepared to not support this, but if it's going to be for the purpose of public convenience, and I'm prepared. But I just want to make sure for the record, I mentioned to Supervisor Cerna earlier today that I was prepared to support this, but I had a real heartburn with that public necessity because I don't think we've ever made that finding to my knowledge. So
no,
okay, thanks.
We intend convenience.
Okay, thanks.
Good point.
Okay, I would move the item with the understanding it's for public convenience.
And I'll second that. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
47.
For item 47, I do want to let you know that we do have to take an oath if we have any speakers. Can we do that now?
Yes.
Okay.
If you are going to speak on item 47, and I have 2 cards, can you please be sworn in at this time?
Please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth? So help you God. If you do not swear, do you so affirm? When you get to the podium, please state your name for the record and the statement I have been sworn. Item 47 is a use permit amendment, special development permit, and a design review to allow the replacement of an existing car wash facility in the light industrial zoning district for a property located at 4747 Northgate Boulevard. And this is in the Natomas community. The environmental determination is exempt.
So the item here is requesting to add a car wash to an existing service station site. It also comes to you with unanimous recommendations for approval from the Community Planning Advisory Council and the Planning Commission. And I believe this is the applicant group over here who is available for questions. I don't think they have a separate presentation, however, so they're just available if you have any questions of them.
Okay. Is there any questions from the board?
No, I would move the staff recommendation as outlined.
Okay, I do have two members of the
Oh,
public.
I'm sorry.
That's
Okay.
all right. Dan Golwin. Don't feel compelled to come up. Okay.
He's here to answer questions.
And Andrea Lisi.
Yeah, I'm just here to answer any CEQA land use questions if there are any.
Great, thank you. Okay, with that, that's all the speaker slips that we have. So there's a motion, and can we restate who made the motion? Supervisor Natoli, and seconded by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present. And then for item 48, this is for the Super Shop Market. This is a request for a public convenience or necessity letter regarding issuance of a Type 21 liquor license to the Super Shop Market at 8505 Madison Avenue in the Fair Oaks community.
So this is a request for a new license. They would be moving into an existing vacant building along Madison Avenue. So this is a Type 21 license, so full liquor. It comes to you with a recommendation from the Community Planning Advisory Council for approval on a 4-to-1 vote, and the sheriff is willing to withdraw opposition with the typical conditions that they put in their letter. So it comes to you with a recommendation for approval.
Okay, questions from the board? We do have a one speaker slip. John Sutton.
I'm the consultant for the applicants.
Okay, so you're okay? Yes. Okay. We have a motion by Supervisor Frost. Chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
All right, thank you very much. Item 49.
Okay, for item 49, this is the Rio Casumnes Correctional Center Expansion and Infrastructure Improvements Project. Reject all bids, reduce project scope, and authorize to re-advertise. The environmental document is previously approved, negative declaration.
Good afternoon, or excuse me, good evening, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Britt Ferguson. I'm the county's chief fiscal officer. And I'm joined here this evening by Jeff Gassaway, or at least I believe I am, by Jeff Gassaway, Director of General Services, Captain Jim Barnes, Commander of the Rio Casumnes Correctional Center, and Sandy Damiano, the Deputy Director of our Health Services Department, whose responsibilities include oversight of the Correctional Health Services Division. They're all available to answer questions the board may have as we go forward with this presentation. I do have a PowerPoint. As your board knows, at your meeting on October 22nd, the General Services Department recommended that your board reject all bids for the SB 1022 Grant Improvement Project at the Rio Casumnes Correctional Center, or RCCC, and authorize staff to re-advertise the project with a reduction in project scope, contingent on approval by the Board of State and Community Corrections and State Public Works Board. The scope reduction involved the removal of the construction of a new support building from the project. Your board deferred action on this recommendation until this evening and asked that staff return with answers to two questions. First, at a minimum, what improvements are required to be made at the RCCC? And second, how does the SB 1022 grant project relate to our obligations under the Mays Consent Decree regarding conditions of confinement in the jails? The answer to the first question is that 5 of the 7 remaining components of the SB 1022 grant project will likely be necessary within the next 3 to 5 years for the county to continue operating the RCCC, regardless of whether the grant project goes forward. The two exceptions are the new program space, which is a condition for receiving the grant, and the new central control unit. The new medical clinic and medical mental health housing unit will be needed to meet the requirements of the Mays Consent Decree, though costs could be reduced either at the RCCC or downtown in the future, at the downtown main jail in the future, if the jail's population is reduced. This table was in the board packet. It's a little hard to see up there, but it does sort of summarize the situation. Let me just briefly go through what's in it so what I say here will make some sense. The far left column lists each project component. Those are the 7 remaining projects. The next column to the right shows total annual operating cost associated with that component. The third column shows how much of the total annual operating costs would likely be incurred even if we don't go forward with the SB 1022 project, because this component would likely need to be built anyway. The fourth column shows the cost of additional nurses that would only be needed if we expand bookings at the RCCC, which could be done with the revisions to the intake facility, but which would be optional even if we build the new intake release facility. The fifth column shows what additional operating costs we realistically avoid if we don't go forward with the SB 1022 project. The sixth column identifies which project components would likely be required even without the SB 1022 grant project. And the seventh and final column shows what the construction cost is for those components that would likely be required to be built anyway. As you can see in your packets, the first component of the project is the construction of additional education and vocational training program space to enhance the capacity of the Sheriff's inmate reentry services efforts, including additional space for culinary arts and construction arts training. The construction cost of this component is approximately $9.8 million, and annual operating cost is approximately $397,000. Though beneficial, this improvement would not be needed if the grant project does not go forward, but it is required to receive the grant funding. The next project component is the construction of a new water well, storage tank, and filtration system. The construction cost of this component is $4.7 million, and annual operating costs are estimated to be approximately $136,000. These improvements will likely need to be made, whether or not the board moves forward with the SB 1022 project in order to address capacity and reliability problems with the current water system. The project also includes the construction of new medical clinic space and a new medical mental health housing unit. The construction cost for this component is $16.7 million, and the annual operating cost is approximately $3.4 million. These improvements will likely need to be made whether or not the county moves forward with the SB 1022 grant project to address Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, and Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, issues and other deficiencies in the current medical clinic, and provide safety cells and single-cell patient housing that can be used more flexibly to address different inmate medical needs and mental health housing as required by the Mays Consent Decree. As you know, there is essentially no mental health housing available at all right now at the RCCC. In fact, when we put together the implementation plan for the Mays Consent Decree, we assumed that the medical and mental health improvements included in the SB 1022 grant project would be made. So that implementation plan assumed this would already be going forward. The construction of a new intake transfer release facility is another project component. The construction cost of this component is $12.5 million, and the annual operating cost is about $1.5 million. If booking is expanded at the RCCC, and about $561,000 if booking is not expanded. This component will likely need to be constructed even if we do not proceed with the SB 1022 grant project to address ADA and HIPAA deficiencies in the current facility and security and safety concerns associated with the current practice of transferring inmates to buses in the parking lot outside the security perimeter of the jail. A fifth project component is the construction of a new central control unit to provide better monitoring of inmates and staff to enhance both inmate and staff safety and security, and free up deputies to provide escort services for inmates during visitation. Construction cost for this component of the project is approximately $1 million, and annual operating costs would be approximately $740,000. Construction of this component is not required if the SB 1022 grant project does not go forward, though it may instead be necessary to add 2 additional deputies to provide inmate escorts at visitation, and eventually the existing tower will need to be replaced. The project also includes construction of a new staff parking lot, new access road, and various components of site work. The construction cost for these improvements is approximately $15.9 million, and there's not virtually any ongoing operating costs. Construction of these improvements would likely be needed whether or not we proceed with the SB 22 grant project to free up space for the construction of the new mental health space and intake transfer release facility. Finally, the project includes the construction of a new guardhouse. The construction cost for this building would be approximately $1.5 million, and annual operating costs would total approximately $262,000. This component would likely need to be built, even if we don't move forward with the SB 1022 grant project, to provide controlled access for delivery and service vehicles at the new gate associated with the new access road. In summary, if the board makes the decision not to move forward with the SB 1022 grant project, to comply with the Mays consent decree, meet ADA and HIPAA requirements, and address security and safety concerns at the RCCC, the county will likely end up having to spend approximately $51 million in construction costs and $4.3 million annually in operating costs to continue housing inmates at the RCCC. The additional $4.3 million in annual operating costs is approximately $1.1 million less than the additional operating costs that will be required if we proceed with the SB 1022 grant project as proposed. If we do not proceed with the grant project, however, the $51 million in construction costs will be a county cost rather than funded by state grant money. At your previous meeting, board members raised the issue of whether it is prudent to proceed with the SB 1022 grant project improvements in light of the various efforts to reduce the jail's population. Our view is that, for the reasons just stated, if we continue to house inmates at the RCCC, most of the SB 1022 grant project improvements will need to be made. As you know, there are a number of efforts underway designed to significantly reduce the combined jail's population. We are hopeful that those efforts will be successful and that we will be able to close housing units or convert double bunk cells to single bunk cells and use the resulting cost savings to help offset the cost of the improvements we need to make to address the requirements of the Mays consent decree. We are skeptical, however, that our efforts will result in a situation where we no longer need to house inmates at the RCCC, at least within any reasonable time period. To understand why, it is important to consider that the RCCC is part of an adult correction system that includes both the RCCC and the main jail. These two facilities have different capacities, configurations, and constraints, but they complement each other, and changes made to one facility impact the other. With that in mind, we do not believe that our efforts at jail population reduction will eliminate the need to house inmates at the RCCC for essentially two reasons. First, because the RCCC currently houses approximately 50% of the inmates in the two jails, given that inmates have different security and housing needs, we believe that a combined jail population reduction of at least 60% would probably be required to consider operating the correctional system without the RCCC, and that is assuming there are no bed capacity reductions at the main jail. We think it highly unlikely that a reduction of that magnitude will occur in the next 5 to 10 years. Second, the RCCC provides an important relief valve for the main jail, which has significant space constraints and therefore provides flexibility in meeting the requirements of the Mays consent decree and potential future changes in custody standards, which could potentially occur. This means that if there are significant reductions in the jail's population, the combined jail's population, at least some of those reductions will likely be reflected in a reduction of the main jail's capacity, not just the RCCC. That ends my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And as I said, Jeff Gassaway, Director of General Services, Captain Jim Barnes from the RCCC, and Sandy Damiano from Health Services are here to help answer any questions you may have.
Is there any questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. We do have a significant number of public speaking cards, so we will start with Robin Ayers, followed by Liz Blum.
Hello again. All right, so I want to talk about what we should be doing instead of handing our county a $500 million bill over the next 30 years. 2 weeks ago, we listened to the Sheriff's Department talk about programs that they currently run that are effectively keeping people out of jail. We also heard many people talk about how jail is not the place for people with mental health concerns to be cared for properly. We heard about how jail does not positively impact the lives of those who are directly impacted by jail and their families. Yet here we are discussing the expansion of our jails, despite all that information. What we need to be doing is finding ways to help keep folks out of jail. In order to do that, we need to do something different rather than continuing to put people in jail. So instead of spending more money in an already maxed budget, we need to be looking at ways to save or shift our current spending habits. We need to develop a real plan to significantly reduce our jail population, a plan that includes community mental health, a variety of programs similar to those currently operated by the Sheriff's Department and through probation, a plan that keeps people in their home, keeping jobs, housing, and their families together. All of these things cost money, and funding these programs can be done by significantly decreasing our jail population, as was mentioned, and everything that goes with that, thus freeing up funds to support programs that actually help people. Developing a plan to do that will take time, but if we all agree jailing people does not affect positive change in the lives of those directly impacted, why are we continuing to do so? People cannot get well in a cell, and we need to stop pouring money into a system that does not help people to do so.
Thank you. Liz Blum.
Is this projector on? And this is for the board. Good evening. Good evening. So, working on it. So as Flo passes you all some visuals and documents that I'll be presenting on tonight, I will talk about this chart that's before you. So this is the percent of net county costs related to the general fund that goes to the Sheriff's Department versus Health and Human Services, Human Assistance, and Regional Parks. This chart includes a display of the percent of total net county costs associated with various departments annually. Sheriff data is available and charted from budget years 2006 to 2019. The chart also includes net county costs associated with regional parks from 2013 to 2019, and Health and Human Services from 2011 to 2019, as well as Human Assistance from 2011 to 2019. As you can see, the Sacramento Sheriff's Department alone, excluding costs related to correctional health, makes up about 37% of the net county costs in this year's proposed budget. That is up from about 8% from last year and makes it by far the most expensive county resourced department and the fastest growing expense. The second and third most costly are probation and the district attorney's office, each of which make up about 8% of county costs. There are 52 other departments, which include correctional health, all social services, all public works, and all justice-related departments that share the remaining 47% of the net county costs in this year's budget plan. If these trends continue, the Sheriff's Department alone will exceed 50% of the net county costs in the year 2027. You all should have a copy of this. So this is based on the county's proposed $51 million jail expansion plan that was just reduced in scope, and revised operating cost. We revised our budget analysis. So this analysis shows that $500 million in operating and financing costs over a 30-year period until 2050. I was told I'd get 5 minutes. Okay.
I'm going to...
Yeah, got it. Okay. $500 million in operating and financing costs over the 30-year period until 2050. $423 million in operating, including staff, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. $76 million in lease revenue bond financing costs. I just want to stress that this is not a grant. We have to stop calling it a grant. It's a lease revenue bond. This is a loan. This is not a grant. We're getting $51 million in construction costs and trading it in for $500 million in fixed expenses over 30 years. Notice that in 2021, staffing and operating costs are $6 million, and by 2050, it's $26 million. This increase is based on the county's own staffing cost increases. And every additional year of this project costs more due to increased staffing obligations, which alone make up 85% of the annual cost of keeping this jail running. This $500 million figure is not inflation adjusted, which means this dollar amount would be far higher. Just leave that up there as I continue. The county executive has yet again submitted a recommendation to the board that does not show this expansion is good for Sacramento County. This lease revenue bond does not lessen the burden from the lawsuit. It costs an astronomical amount in the long run, and it gambles against the county's own interests in reducing the jail population. On page 4, you say that, quote, avoiding what would otherwise be cost increases associated with the Mays consent decree, when actually you may avoid incurring costs from the lawsuit, but you will not avoid incurring costs from SB 1022. Our concern is that SB 1022 costs far more than it is worth. So why is the county executive more concerned about the costs from the lawsuit in this recommendation? This is not an honest representation of the risk of the long-term cost. At the bottom of page 4 on your attachment, you say that, quote, when the implementation plan for the Mays consent decree was developed, it was assumed that the SB 1022 medical and mental health improvements would be in place. Just because you thought that you would be receiving this funding does not mean that that you need it to meet the consent decree requirements. It also does not mean that receiving these funds would make meeting the consent decree requirements any easier. The lawsuit requirements for construction to the jail are not as concrete as you keep saying they are. The consent decree will not be approved by the court until December 2019. Meaning the county has not yet agreed upon which physical changes will happen and when.
Could you wrap up, Liz?
I will do my best. The Mays lawsuit states that on page 32, that quote, the accessibility remedial plan to address physical plant deficiencies includes the following: adequate provision of accessible cells and housing areas with required maneuvering clearances and accessible toilet fixtures, sanitary facilities, showers. My point is that this is what the attachment from your staff said that RCCC needed. I'll wrap up. So on page 5, the county executive says that, quote, approximately half the average daily population is on medication, 35% are receiving psychiatric services, and that these types of cells are needed for chronic and mental health issues. The bottom line is that this population shouldn't be in jail, and that the county is using this population as a reason to expand the jail.
Liz.
But this is,
Liz,
I'm almost, one more point. I'm almost done.
We have a 2-minute time frame, and I've already given you 6.
I'm almost done.
I've given you 6.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
So this is the exact population that that your own experts have identified are the most obvious to release, to treat in community, and thereby reduce the jail population, and it's completely contradictory efforts that you're employing. So these safety cells, as you see,
Thank you, Liz.
almost done. One more thing. These safety cells are explained by the lawsuit. So that they should not be used for people with medical and mental health needs, and that the lawsuit explicitly states that these are
All right, Liz,
inhumane.
thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off there. Thank you. So to be clear of what just happened, Liz did contact my office and ask for extra time because she's representing an organization. So I'm not going to have everybody go over like that. I'm going to cut you off at 2 minutes. And if you're part of that organization, decarceration, then Liz has spoken for you, and you can get up. Excuse me, but you're going to get 2 minutes. You're going to get 2 minutes from now on. Thank you. Okay. Robert Cummings. Followed by Melinda McCracken.
Good evening, board, staff, and all in attendance. There's not too much more that I could add to what Liz said. She said just about everything I wanted to say. And the bottom line is, if we expand the jail for mental patients and think that that's going to depopulate and solve the problem, it's not. Because if you make a bigger jail, they're not going to leave it empty to keep things depopulated. They're just going to fill it back up. And unfortunately, it's going to be a lot of people that have mental health problems. And I'm feeling like maybe they should get treatment at a community-based level instead of by the police. I mean, the police have a hard enough job as it is. They don't need to be treating mental patients, and maybe they should get the attention of trained medical staff. And also, the amount of money that has to be paid back is just crazy. It's astronomical. We shouldn't have to pay so much money back for something that's not going to work. It's been proven that it's not going to work. It doesn't change the culture in the jails and the sheriff's department, the culture of violence. So please vote against the jail expansion, and let's look to spending more money into the community, because safer communities are ones with more resources, not more jails and sheriffs and police departments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Melinda McCracken. Followed by Bridget Duffy.
Hello. Loic Waquant, a UC Berkeley professor and Harvard fellow, and one of the foremost social science researchers and authors in the world, specializes in urban sociology, urban poverty, and racial inequality. In a 2015 article called Class, Race, and Hyper-Incarceration in Revanchist America, he points out that the expansion and intensification of the activities of the police, courts, and prisons, coupled with the severe rollback of social services over the past 30 years, have been finely targeted. First by class, second by ethnicity, and third by place. That's why we see the Sacramento jail population consisting almost entirely of people from our poor neighborhoods, the unhoused, and a disproportionate number of poor people of color. Waquan also points out that the penalization of poverty turns out to be financially ruinous. as it competes with and eventually consumes the funds and staff needed to sustain essential public services such as schooling, health, transportation, and social protection. Sacramento County is a microcosm of this phenomenon, with nearly 70% of our budget dedicated to the so-called justice system, forcing cuts to the social services that help the people in these targeted neighborhoods. At the last meeting, 3 of you expressed serious concerns about the actual cost of the expansion, which could amount to over $500 million over the next 30 years, saying it's not sustainable. You also discussed the fact that this expenditure threatens the continuation of programs which are proving beneficial to our community. Knowing all this, it would be extremely irresponsible to commit the county to a 30-year program you yourselves said is not sustainable. Your decision today is simple. Go into an untenable commitment
Thank you, Melinda.
To expand the jail or sustain the services that you said have been a matter of pride in their success and continue finding innovative ways to prevent the need to expand the jail at all.
Thank you, Melinda. Your time is up. Bridget Duffy. Khalil Ferguson.
Good evening. Here we are again, another Tuesday night at a time. Again, I urge this Board of Supervisors to decline all bids without reconsideration for this jail expansion. Chair Kennedy, as we talked yesterday, the conditions in jail are deplorable. That's understood. However, the argument that the county will avoid incurring costs from the lawsuit is negated by the fact the county will not avoid incurring costs from SB 1022. This is a short-sighted and ill-thought-out statement when the concern is that SB 1022 costs far more than it's worth. Why is the county executive more concerned about the cost of the lawsuit in this recommendation? In addition, the county sheriff, amidst an expanding budget as well as lawsuit settlements, is to blame for the current negligible conditions. As contended by members on this Board of Supervisors, there is a consensus to end the seemingly perpetual funding of this sponge, especially while the sheriff has mishandled funds and violated the human rights of individuals within the carceral state. It must be noted here that the statistics show that most of these individuals either have or develop mental illnesses while being incarcerated. I will reify that this is a colonial way of handling alienated individuals in our society and does not work to successfully reintegrate them back into our society. I suggest this board utilize funds already going to the sheriff to fix the conditions of the jail, if not close the jail altogether. Thank you.
Shereen Miles. Followed by Delphine Brody.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. I'm Shereen Miles. I'm a member of Sacramento ACT and a Sacramento County resident. $500 million can be better spent on solutions which reduce the prison population. We wish to advocate for us to invest in preventative solutions. For example, one thing which would be to increase the resources of the public defender. I speak to this item from personal experience. I'll fast forward to the end of the story. Sacramento County recently had to pay a significant settlement to a close friend of mine for her wrongful imprisonment. In addition, the county had to pay court costs and the costs of her stay in jail. She was arrested by the Sheriff's Department for auto theft as she exited the parking lot of her gym in her own vehicle. My friend's family produced her vehicle registration and photos of the rear of her car to compare with surveillance videos. But before any of this could be produced in court, my friend sat in jail for 4 days, went through 2 continuances because it took the system that long to appoint an attorney to represent her. During that time, she very nearly lost her job, and her ex-husband petitioned for custody of their son. As I sat in court for hours watching defendant after defendant come forward, I saw each one granted continuances because their public defender had just been appointed and had not had time to review the facts of their case. I am grateful I live in this country, and I am grateful for the U.S. system of justice, but we need to allocate resources in a way which aligns with our values. Our criminal justice system badly needs reform. Expanding capacity to incarcerate more people is not a humane, sensible, or cost-effective solution to a problem which we have.
Thank you, Shereen.
Let us instead explore options to reduce and prevent incarceration.
Thank you. Delphine Brody, followed by Glenda Velasco.
Good evening, Supervisors. Delphine Brody with Mad Love Underground and the Trans and Non-Binary Housing Collective. I am also calling on you to vote no on this de facto expansion of the county jail. This is not a grant. This is a type of funding that is essentially a loan, and it will ultimately be replaced by taxpayers' dollars, and it expands the jails, which flies in the face of the lawsuit that the county seeks to address. As has been stated, the population that these funds are largely being allocated for, that is diagnosed with different mental health conditions or has attempted suicide, this population should never have been incarcerated in the first place. This population should not be criminalized. Disproportionately, people of color are being singled out for this type of enforcement when their distress is caused by the same system that has incarcerated them, has profiled them unjustly, and really needs to be replaced by community services where this money should go. We need community-based care, and this includes mutual aid-based peer support for folks who experience mental health and emotional distress, folks with lived experience of madness, whom we support through our mutual aid-based work at Mad Love Underground. The safety cells, as have been pointed out, are in fact solitary confinement for folks who are deemed to be a threat to themselves.
Thank you.
Yes, so these need to not be expanded either, and the culture of violence of our Sheriff's Department is well known. Let's not contribute to it. Thank you.
Glenda Velasco. Glenda Velasco. Okay. Followed by Kyle Kim.
Hello. Hello, my name is Glenda Velasco, and I represent Mad Love Underground. I'm just going to say this. You cannot make a normal person by basically institutionalizing in confinement cells. You just can't do that. It's inhumane, it's torturous. When you expand a prison, all you're doing is creating more criminals. You are not helping a person, you're not helping them to create families and homes and a community in which they could live for. I have been confined, and if I wasn't crazy before then, I definitely was crazy because of that. I'm saying this. I have died over and over because they were institutionalized improper health and care. I am demanding to stop this madness. I am mad because I am creatively maladjusted to the wrong corporate personhood that keeps running this company called the United States American KKK. So you could take all that money and funds and shove it up you know where and try to figure out to get your heads out of your a-holes so that you can finally make justice proceed for the poor, the people that are institutionalized and marginalized. I'm done. and I have this sacred rage because I am tired of waiting. This should have been done years ago. Years ago, when Reaganomics came in and destroyed the institutions and made them homeless. Stop throwing money in the wrong places.
Thank you, Linda. Kyle Kim, followed by Trina Allen.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you again for hearing our testimony. So my name is Kyle, and I'm a medical student in Sacramento. And I guess the skinny of it, and I'm coming to you to speak on behalf of my patients that I'm seeing and the patients that I will see for the rest of my career. And like I was starting to say, I guess the skinny of it, it doesn't make sense, really. When we look at the data that was presented, when we look at like the $500 million over the next 30 years, that's quite a gamble with money, right? And that's just like projected amounts. And when I think about that money, I think about the patients that I'm seeing and that I will see. I think about how that money can be better used to help those patients. And when I say patients, I mean that deliberately because it's proven, right? So the Council of State Governments Justice Center reported that in over 3 to 6 times more people incarcerated have serious mental illness than in the general populations surrounding them. And so I use that word patients deliberately because a lot of patients are within the correctional system, and they shouldn't be, because we know that that environment isn't therapeutic. And we know that environment isn't helping these people be better, be more productive in society, and contribute. I want to bring your attention to the University of Michigan School of Public Health, the journal last year. The report stated that a majority of incarcerated individuals with serious mental health disorders or substance use disorders do not get adequate treatment in incarcerated settings, and we know that to be true. We don't need another study to tell us that, but I brought it to you in any case. And I would like to say, so it in conclusion really just doesn't make sense. We have all this money that we're gonna put like this bet on this expansion of a thing that we don't even need. Like, we don't need more people to be incarcerated. We need to put that money into community resources to help these people not be in jail in the first place. So thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Trina Allen. And then after Trina is Raquel Seltzer.
Hello, I am Trina Allen. I live in Sacramento, District 1, and teach for Elk Grove Unified School District. I urge the Board of Supervisors to cancel this jail expansion. We need to focus on safely reducing the jail population and funding community-based services. Health, community, or personal does not happen in a cage. November is Native Heritage Month, and as I struggled to explain to my students the history of violence enacted upon Indigenous peoples that ultimately founded these walls, I am reminded that terror, segregation, genocide, it didn't happen in one act on one day in one moment, but across generations and thousands upon thousands of individual actions and choices about humanity and human rights, or rather, who is deserving of them. Marshall Miles needed mental health treatment, not incarceration, and certainly not the brute force of the Sacramento Sheriff's Department that murdered him just 1 year ago. When looking at the intersections of race, disability, and class, our county jails, along with the overarching carceral state, has failed our community and subjugated our most marginalized members by well-documented inhumane treatment. When we criminalize poverty, especially during a housing crisis, and no, not everyone can buy a house. When we criminalize disability, especially during a mental health epidemic, it is manifest destiny. It is enslavement. You have a decision before you that will either expand on trauma, atrocity, and Black death, or one that will call upon its law enforcement to end their chosen methods of racism and inhumane treatment of people. Do you push forward the current inhumanity, or do you rise up and say, not today, not Sacramento, and not me? Hold corrupt systems and officials like your sheriff accountable for their proven and costly wrongdoing, and put our money back into this community where we want to address social problems. Like my students today, future generations will not understand mass incarceration. They will only see millions of oppressed peoples
thank you, Trina.
unnecessarily in cages.
Thank you, Trina.
Decarcerate and provide real service and justice for Marshall Miles.
Thank you. Raquel Seltzer, followed by Jolie Terrazas.
Hi, my name is Raquel Seltzer. I'm a medical student here in Sacramento as well. And I'm here to speak to you all because I feel that this expansion is a big public health issue that will affect me as a future provider and also the community I'm trying to serve. So state data show that 47% of inmates who were found incompetent to stand trial last year had no Medi-Cal mental health services during the 6 months before they landed in jail. Almost half were unsheltered. In many cases, the charges they faced were directly related to their homelessness and untreated psychosis. This is by the California Health Care Foundation. So as we see, a lot of our patients in jails are awaiting trial, have mental health concerns, are unhoused. And instead of being provided services, they are being provided like with solitary confinement, and they are being incarcerated. This is not different. This is state data, but it is not different from Sacramento County. And like average of half the daily population is on medication in the Sacramento County Health Services, and over 40% have been evaluated for mental health reasons. So once they've been evaluated, there's no way for them necessarily to receive services except for the solitary confinement, which is not actually a mental health service that I could find listed in any textbook. So in general, we've seen the distribution of budgets. We've seen how much the Sheriff's Department gets in comparison to the 6% that Human Assistance and Human Services receives. I want to draw your attention not only to what this means for our current generation, but the future generations. Our current Surgeon General of California, Nadine Burke-Harris, focuses specifically on adverse childhood experiences. One of those experiences is having a parent who's incarcerated. Another one is having a parent who has a severe mental illness that is not being addressed or treated. So not only are we investing right now in our current community, but also in our children and our future. Thank you.
Thank you. After Jolie will be Adnan.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start with something that's called a land acknowledgement. It's meant to be to start a truth-telling about the history of the development of our country. I want to recognize the Nisenan, Maidu, and Miwok peoples who are the traditional native inhabitants of the land on which we all gather here today. FYI, a land acknowledgement is common practice in other countries like New Zealand and Australia and Canada. It's starting to be more common practice here. I invite the board to start your gatherings with a land acknowledgement if you don't already. So my name is Dr. Jolie Terrazas. I'm a consultant and educator, and I'm a member of SAC Act, and I reside in District 2. Related to jail expansion, I'd like to start with the following quote some of you may recognize. I am enough of an artist to draw freely upon my imagination. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination circles the world. Some of us have been or are operating with limited knowledge in relation to the jail expansion. We've tried to fill in these gaps at previous board meetings. I invite you to use your imagination, just as you might want people who are on the cusp of being evicted to imagine owning their own home. I would like you to imagine and not use your limited knowledge, as I tell you about a student that I taught. Her parents were incarcerated. She was the head of the household, taking care of two of her brothers, one of whom she was driving to school every morning, making her late to my early morning class. She was working full-time and using part of her income to feed and clothe her incarcerated parents. She was about to be evicted from her apartment, and she was looking for a place to stay and mentioned she might be able to stay with her aunt. Can we imagine the multiple layers of trauma that this young Latinx woman was dealing with? Exercise and healthy eating are key to managing trauma-related stress. So says Butte County Sheriff Corny Hornea. Hornea also requested mental health and wellness funding for law enforcement and fire agencies. We've not respected indigenous people's knowledge of how to manage fires. So unfortunately, unless we divert resources to immediately address the climate crisis, we can expect much more weather-related trauma in addition to the trauma that we're already experiencing. Instead of jail expansion, can you imagine investing resources in health and wellness for our community members in need, as Sheriff Hornea did? Thank you.
Thank you. Adnan, followed by Mark Dempsey.
Last time I spoke here, I told you that prisons house the poor.
poor. I told you prisons are the new plantations. I'd like to continue off of that to tell you how study after study shows that putting money into infrastructure, social services, and education actually reduces crime. It makes jail obsolete. Putting money into jail and police, however, ensures that people have to continue going to jail. Otherwise, what's the point of sinking millions of dollars into it? Now, I have to ask you to think really hard about what you actually care about. Do you care about people being healthy and living happy lives? Do you care about helping communities thrive rather than tearing them apart? Or do you care about the money that gets made off putting people in cages? Do you want to reduce crime, or do you just see it as an opportunity to be taken advantage of? Putting money into this expansion is throwing that money in the trash, because jails are ultimately unsustainable and harmful to communities. Putting money into something that needs to be abolished ultimately means wasting that money, because healthy, thriving communities means no cages, not gilded cages. And we, the people, will continue to fight against expanding this industry. We do not care about the rich who get richer off of this industry. We will continue to fight to decarcerate Sacramento. So I promise you, if you try to pass this inhumane loan, you will only be hurting this county by forcing yourselves to pay it back, by increasing violence in our communities, and by inevitably having these improvements rendered pointless when this industry crumbles. Reforming a system that's designed to screw people over is pointless. The prison system is working exactly like it's supposed to disenfranchise people, to criminalize poverty, and to siphon money from those who need it to those who don't. There is no improving this. You can't fix what isn't broken. The communities of this county are telling you what we want. You get to choose if you actually represent us or if you just represent the wealthy. You get to choose if you want to be on the right side of history or not.
Thank you. Mark Dempsey. Mark here?
I think he had to leave. He sent.
Okay.
He didn't leave.
Mark Dempsey?
Dempsey.
Okay. Devin Jokerst. Followed by Rachel Harrington.
Good evening, board. I do appreciate your guys' endurance in this long evening, as well as your attention and eye contact. So Sacramento County took on a lot with the federal realignment, and the jails became heavily populated. And the recent lawsuit even provides a convenient platform for jail expansion. However, the high recidivism rates for people across the country, especially those with mental health services, indicates people are not healing in jail, and the expansion won't reduce the jail population. The jail expansion is a gilded Band-Aid. The jail's population is not representative of our county. Why is that? Systemic racism and classism persists in our country without a doubt. Without a doubt, our corrections department is not immune. Isn't Corrections Department the only department that hasn't received significant budget cuts? Meanwhile, crime rates are dropping. Why is that? Where is money going? Minute left, all right. So this facility is estimated to cost plus or minus $500 million over 30 years, right? Instead of this gargantuan future gamble being invested, we could invest sizably smaller sums into the community if allocated responsibly. Couldn't we reduce the jail population, one of these big goals, by servicing mental health illnesses in a county hospital, not a tainted, biased, overshadowed jail asylum? Examples of responsible allocation of community funds include drug addiction and homeless intervention centers, job training, and the research into developing a legal framework that releases people with mental illness from jail into mental health hospitals. Just like we need to invest in our youth, our education, our power infrastructure, we need to invest in our community and especially those in need. Thank you, and I sincerely appreciate you guys' concern.
Thank you, Devin. Thanks. Rachel Harrington. Is Rachel here?
I encourage you to reject all the bids and cancel the jail expansion altogether, and instead focus on reducing the jail population and expanding preventative programs and mental health treatment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Callie Lloyd. And then T. Whitney.
Should have grabbed my glasses.
So when people talk about Scott Jones, I want to put numbers to it. I believe in hard data. Scott Jones is costing the residents of this county $100 million in lawsuits, right? The inhumane conditions in the county jails that Jones runs was a ranking officer close to key figures involved. $3.6 million in lawsuits. That's just from inside the department. The other officers have sued the department for $3.6 million. That's not the $100 million from outside the department through abuse. So if we look at those numbers and just say if we get, like an anti-police terror project, which I'm a part of, is going to start a mobile mental health critical response team. If we're able to affect 10 people a month, at 10 people a month, at 120 a year, that is $6.2 million a year that we would be able to save the county. Exponentially, at $9,099, this is the only thing that I'll round up. At 10,000 calls, 10,000 non-criminal mental health calls a year, if you were able to take 50% of those calls and have mental health, non-armed mental health response, the arrest rate would go from 60% to 2.5 to 3%. For example, in Eugene and Denver, Colorado, Eugene, Oregon, and Denver, Colorado have these numbers today, right? So if you're able to cut down the mental health arrests that much, you would save upwards of $250 million a year. Even the most fiscal conservative can understand $250 million a year, right? And let's ask these officers, do they want to be therapists? Do they want to be social workers? Do they want to be mental health providers? The answer usually, and I've asked many officers myself, because I may be a radical, but I look at the human being behind the badge and ask a simple question, do you want to do that? And most of them say no. They don't want to be mental health providers. Mental health providers should be by mental health professionals.
Thank you. Can you wrap up?
Thank you.
Thank you. E. Whitney, followed by MK.
I second the glasses comment. I strongly oppose the jail expansion. The $500 million financial cost of this lease revenue bond is astronomical and reckless. It is far beyond fiscally and socially irresponsible. It is morally reprehensible and inhumane. Mental health is supported when human needs are met, when safe and stable housing is available to everyone who chooses it, and when food, clean water, medicine, and comprehensive health care is readily available and accessible to all people. Mental health and wellness cannot be cultivated in solitary confinement or behind bars and inside closed walls. I ask each of you, when you have a mental health crisis, when you have a family member who's on the brink of losing everything, breaking down, where do you take them? Do you take them to a hospital or do you take them to the county jail?
MK, and after MK is Allegra Taylor.
I don't know how to turn that on. Can we project this again, please? Thanks. Hi, again. I'm here as a primary care doctor in Sacramento. Last time I was here, we talked about the 5 ethical principles of medicine: autonomy, beneficence, confidentiality, equity, and to do no harm. I just want to reiterate that this jail expansion will not, in no way, lead to ethical medicine. There's no way ethical medicine can be practiced in what is being proposed right now. Building a jail with safety cells and a system that promotes isolation and power discrepancies is not fulfilling the idea and the purpose of the consent decree. And then I just want to take a couple steps back. How do you end up in a safety cell? There are many reasons, none of them are right, but these are our folks, these are neighbors, our family members who have serious mental illness or depression to the point where you're considering self-harm. These are our most vulnerable folks. They have significant trauma, and as Raquel and some of the other medical students mentioned, for the 6 months leading up to the jail, don't have access to medications, don't have access to health care. So these are folks, because of those reasons, have a mental health crisis. This sometimes leads to encounters with the police, and then they're taken to jail, and then they're placed in a safety cell. I just want y'all please to imagine what it would be like to have the worst day of your life and be taken away from everyone you know and everyone you love and who cares about you, and be placed in that. they're terrible. It is a concrete box with no windows, with no one talking to you. Medical interviews are done through the door. You're yelling. That's not a way that people are going to heal. And that is, I think, like, I just can't say it that anymore, that, like, really this is not ethical medicine, and this is not going to lead to ethical medicine, and we should have to reject this jail expansion and focus on interventions that will actually work.
Thank you. Allegra Taylor. Allegra? I know you're not Allegra Taylor. Okay.
You know what?
Alvin Kimbrough.
Can I get it from you?
And then after Alvin is Keon Bliss.
First of all, Board, I'd like to thank you for letting me speak. My name is Alvin Kimbrough. I'm with Self-Awareness and Recovery, which is a nonprofit in the Fruit Ridge Community Center. And our objective is to effectively help eliminate some of the bed space in the county jail. We offer youth diversion programs as well as reentry programs to individuals who have come from long-term incarcerations, and we just help transform their thinking. We at SARS, or Self-Awareness and Recovery, are completely against an $89 million expansion of the county jail. RCC may have needs of beds, and I'm sure it's very frustrating and to be able to do their jobs and have no place to put people. However, as much as it must enrage the sheriff, and the sheriff's department, rage is more of a reaction than an action. And we at SARS believe that expanding a county jail by using lease revenue bonds, which in the state of California, according to the Office of Infrastructure, which has been used more since 2000 than general bonds, which of course come out of the general fund and require voter approval, would be a mistake. And the reason for that is as with Jerry Brown, when he passed AB 900 and got essentially $7 billion to increase jail construction, we ended up paying $12 billion, which made $4 billion go to some general bond provider that was certainly like the people in this room. They got $4 billion, and none of you seem to make that, none of us make that, and we just like to be able to see better financial decisions made. Granted, jail space is going to be needed, improvements are going to be needed, but there are far better resources. We stand as one of the individuals with the community here to help lower the rate of people who will need a county jail. Unfortunately, that's going to be a reality, but we have to come up with more creative ways to be more efficient and effective. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alvin. Keon, followed by Tanya Jordan.
I don't know what more we need to really tell you, just to explain just how ridiculous and obscenely wasteful it is to expand this jail when you know you don't need it. You've already apportioned the sheriff a huge raise, $42 million of a raise, and from what I could see from the county executive's own briefing, you could easily take from his budget to cover whatever costs aren't covered by this loan, not grant, that you are still hand-wringing over and how we can accept. More money. It always seems to be about money, and again, I want to point out that we as Sacramento taxpayers, 1.5 million people are basically paying $361 for this sheriff's current budget, $542 million. And on top of that, 30 years of extra strings attached with this loan, should we accept this, you're basically adding another $300 on top of that, when you could just take all of that from the sheriff's budget and put it straight into that. I'm just questioning, what more do you have to hear? How many more stories of anguish and heartbreak do you have to hear before this sinks into your head, Sue Frost? Like, this isn't isn't fucking rocket science. I just think it's ridiculous that we're still here and that you've made us wait all day long when you could have made this a separate whole discussion, a public town hall even. You have the power to do that. We didn't have to wait and take out of our days where we all have to, most of us have to work 9 to 5 jobs just to be here. You could have set this aside, but you didn't, because you didn't want as many people packed in this room who care about this issue to talk about it.
Thank you.
It's ridiculous.
Thank you. Kieran R., I believe. I got that right. And then Tanya Jordan.
Good evening. My name is Kieran Rajagopalan. This $500 million jail expansion project, regardless of its rebid, is a simplistic, violent, and counterproductive way of addressing the complex issues of houselessness, mental health, and poverty, which will further exacerbate the stark material, racial, and economic disparities in this county for decades to come. When almost 40% of those currently imprisoned are black, while black folks make up less than 12% of the county's population, and when these jails are filled with our poor and unhoused neighbors who can't afford bail, and when prisoners are regularly subject to physical violence by authorities, these are not just problems. This is the nature of the carceral system. It's violence, plain and simple, and it's embedded in every aspect of jails and policing. And indeed, as we saw earlier in the racialized class warfare faced every day by your constituents who can't just buy a house. No amount of construction or renovations or expanded accessibility can fix the inherently violent culture of the jail, the correctional officers, and the sheriffs. In response to the Mays v. Sacramento County case, Attorney Mark E. Marin declared that while the frequency with which sheriff's deputies inflict serious injuries on jail inmates is shocking, what's even more surprising is that most of these beating and uses of excessive force causing serious injury are captured on jail security cameras. While the fact of the excessive force is undeniable, the responsible officers are never disciplined for their actions, causing and perpetuating a culture of violence and excessive force which deputies know will not result in any punitive action taken against them. I sincerely hope you all agree that this is absolutely unacceptable. You, as the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, have the opportunity to set an example by rejecting this violent expansion plan and declining all bids, and making a decision to invest in community-centered life-reforming resources and transformative justice rather than further perpetuating the violent, racist, and carceral logics of the jail system. Our communities deserve better. We deserve better than a system that destroys us. So listen to your constituents and end this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya Jordan. Is Tanya Jordan here?
Tanya had to leave she couldn't wait more than 3 hours to speak.
Thank you. Amanda Denham. Followed by Mario Galvan.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda. I'm a grad student. And in a moment, I'm going to read directly from some of the lawsuit text here. But I just want to communicate that as a graduate student, I'm taught how to conduct research. That's like part of what I do. And whenever there's first-person narratives and primary source research that tell the same stories over and over again, we have to listen to that. So I just want to ask, do a quick survey. If you want this jail expansion canceled tonight, will you raise your hand? That's a lot of people. So these are some things that have already been said. Approximately 35% of the incarcerated population is actively receiving psychiatric care right now. This is a huge number. No one can get well in a cell, and criminalizing mental health is not the answer. Expanding the jail is not the answer. You need to reject this $80 million loan and reallocate county funds to support the health and dignity of Sacramento. So on page 29 of this lawsuit, there's 2 sections. It's 101 and 102 that are honestly, they're kind of hard for me to read, but I'm gonna do it. So when a person is identified as suicidal, the defendant is the county. Defendant strips him or her of their clothing, removes the person from their cell, and places them in temporary housing without any personal belongings, no access to phones or visitation with family. And if a person is unwilling or unable to take off their clothing, deputies forcibly remove it by ripping or cutting it off with scissors.
procedures.
On information and belief, this practice has included male deputies forcibly removing women's clothing. That's the part that's really hard for me to read. So in 102, it says here, defendant routinely places people who are actively suicidal in barren safety cells, which is a euphemism for solitary confinement, or empty classrooms while
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Mario Galvan, followed by Deborah Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Mario Galvan. This discussion here this evening brings to mind something that was told to me by a psychology professor in one of my college classes. She said, "We live in a punitive society." And what we're discussing here is just a mini view of the situation that's going on in the United States, which I think everyone knows has the highest rate of incarceration in the world. What we're talking about here is the attempted funding or the added funding to what we call our justice system, which many people consider the injustice system, in that it's unfairly applied, as the populations in prison are primarily people of color, although they are the minorities in the population. So instead of feeding this punitive system of justice, why don't we, as people are suggesting here, instead invest in addressing the social injustices that this country is subjecting us to as a population? Homelessness, crime, family violence. These are all symptoms of the social problems that exist in this country, generated largely, I would argue, by the injustice, inequality. Well, some people have billions and billions of dollars. Other people are scrambling and can't even make it, end up living on the streets. So I would just suggest to you, supervisors, that you take the words of the gentleman from the DA's office here earlier who said, what we need here is an ounce of prevention rather than these 1 million pounds of cure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Deborah Garcia, followed by Justin Kay.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Garcia, and I'm with Sacramento ACT, pardon me, and Women for Equality. I live in District 4. I'm here to urge you, like everyone else is, to cancel this expansion project. I question, why are we more concerned about getting better at jailing and how we jail people versus how we can care for them? When are we going to fully address the issues of people that shouldn't even be locked up, are homeless, are mentally ill, are drug addicted, so many of whom who would do well in a community-based service? The goal should be for them to not return. We should be striving to get better at taking care of these folks in a way that supports them to stay out and thrive, instead of the current structure we keep expanding on, which keeps them cycling in and out of prison, poverty, and mental and physical health crises. And please, we don't need another study to remind us that this all affects our Black and brown brothers and sisters exponentially more. Supervisor Frost, I receive your emails, and I assure you, and the proof is in the fact that this current structure has yet to work in an effective manner. Expanding on it will not keep our streets safer, as you have argued in your emails. This expansion is just further oppression. Thank you.
Justin Kay, followed by Kevin Bowles.
So there have been a lot of great voices tonight, so I just want to
don't want to be redundant. I just kind of want to synthesize some of the narratives that we've heard here. In particular, this question of financing, and then some of these concerns we've heard about the larger colonial capitalist regime and how those two are related. We know this is not a grant. It's a lease revenue bond, but what exactly is that? Basically, the State Public Works Board issues these bonds for private purchase on the bond market in order to finance various kinds of construction projects because they are not backed or guaranteed by the full faith and credit of the state. According to the Californians United for a Responsible Budget, they're a much riskier investment and have additional costs that general bonds do not, such as underwriting fees, debt servicing, construction, issuance costs, property liability insurance, and revenue funds. So because of that, CURB estimates it will cost about twice the face value of a bond to repay it. So the numbers you've seen earlier tonight were actually kind of lowballing the costs that the county might actually be facing. So given that the construction is estimated to be at least 51 million or up to 62, depending on the contingency costs, the county will be paying back up to $124 million. Doesn't include the operating costs, which we saw earlier, about $423 million over the course of the 30-year cycle. So that's over $500 million that goes into the sheriff's department, because lease revenue bonds work as a debt to be paid back through the facility that's actually leasing, that's operating the leased facility. That would be the sheriff's department that is paying back this money through taxpayer money, which of course structures the county to allocate even more funding to the sheriff, which is a known vector of violence, to pay off privately owned debt. That free money that people were talking about before ultimately comes from tax revenue. It does not require voter approval, which is why it has been popularly utilized throughout the state as an instrument to fund controversial prison and jail expansions. Essentially, building and operating jails funnels public money into the hands of the wealthy. Lease revenue bonds are sold on financial markets to private investors, banks, and financial institutions. All of the interest paid through operating of the jail becomes accumulated wealth for investors. This is another way that jails and private prisons function to capture the surplus for the capitalist class while exploiting austerity policies as a means to transfer public money to the private sector.
Your time is up, Justin.
So why does the county want to build this jail? Not only does it bolster budgets for policing and incarceration, it uses the jail system and those impacted by it as a source for financial extraction. This aligns with the history of California, a state that is infamous for its massive construction projects since the 1980s, all of which resulted in over 400% increase in incarceration, overwhelmingly impacting communities of color. Research by Ruth Wilson Gilmore has indicated that California's prison and jails function to mobilize and absorb surplus capital and surpluses in the budget. Given that California is experiencing record budget surpluses, it's easy to see how this logic is at work through SB 1022.
Thank you, Justin. Kevin Bowles. Kevin Bowles, please. Is Kevin Bowles here?
Right. I want to talk about the buck stops here, because I heard a lot of people pass the buck in the last 30 minutes. We got little Jeff Sessions over here on his phone talking about we have to expand this jail because we got too many people. We got Tiny Trump and Scott Jones who just can't stop arresting and killing people. But you guys are in charge of it. You are the county. So you have the sheriff arresting too many people. You have the dumb broad who's the DA, I can't remember her name right now because I hate her, putting those people in jail and not getting them out in time. So that's why we have our current problem. So I don't understand why people are acting like you can't solve this when you have all the power. Now, we used to in this country have mental health hospitals before you guys all voted for Reagan. And in Sue's defense, that's probably the last time she bought a house, so it costs like $10 fucking. So, like someone else said, when your family members are having a mental breakdown or having an issue, you don't take them to jail, you take them to the hospital. So why are you creating a jail instead of additional hospital? Why are we creating incarceration instead of treatment? Why are we holding accountable the people who are costing you an additional $103.6 million in lawsuits, which, by the way, would pay for the whole fucking project if Scott Jones didn't get sued all the damn time? So why are we giving him more money when he's costing you and us more money instead of just making it pay for itself? Like I told you a long time ago, where I come from, if you fuck up, you pay for it. You're responsible for your deeds. Scott Jones isn't held responsible. Why not? Why are you guys afraid of him? Tell me. Who's so afraid of Scott Jones up here that he gets to literally kick his oversight out of the building and do whatever the hell he wants. Where I come from, you're called a punk bitch if you do that. I don't get it. You have a job, you have a duty, you get paid to do it. By the way, you guys raised your salaries 4 times in the last 5 years, I believe. Yeah. For what? You aren't doing a good job. Do better.
Thank you. I believe it's Asantawan Boykin. Followed by Adam Jordan.
Hi, my name is Asantawa. I am a registered nurse in this county. I'm also a mother, and I'm one of the co-founders of the Anti-Police Terror Project. I have a question. How long are we going to allow ourselves to be extorted in exchange for a false sense of safety that is not awarded to all of Sacramento citizens, only a few? Handcuffs are not therapeutic. Forced compliance does not equal wellness. With that being said, let's talk about some alternatives that work. As an RN, I've seen compassion and resources be more effective than some medications. Let's try that. Non-police crisis response teams, because we know that 60% of folks that are murdered by police are in the midst of a mental health crisis. More social workers in our ERs, in our schools, and in our communities, and less police. Imagine you're 20, 21 years old, and you find out you have a mental health diagnosis. What does that future look like for you? A jail cell, more stigma around mental health, being criminalized for self-medicating because there's no resources in your community. And the only thing you have to do is to look at the folks around you and hope that they can do better. We can do better. Sue, Susan, Patrick, Don, today is the day. We can do better.
Adam Jordan. Adam Jordan. Nikki Jones. Then Caitlin Esparza after Nikki.
We're going to go ahead and return to the safety cell. The idea that this could be a solution to not getting sued in the future is absurd. The idea that enriching, expanding, and building out the empire under which this law enforcement, this very expensive law enforcement agency, is absurd. We're going to see an increase in the abuse, and we're going to see an increase in the torture if you increase any type of space capacity. Whatever type of space capacity, whether it's a classroom where they use these places for suicide watch, torture in the classroom. You know, we're not seeing a situation where any use, any expanded space is not going to result in more torture, more violations, and a need for more lawsuits. Mays will not be the last lawsuit whether you do this or not. But we encourage you not to do it, to reduce the amount of space where the sheriff can be committing these kind of abuses. The lawsuit states that while these individuals are held in isolation, defendant, y'all, and these sheriffs deprive them of human contact, programming, fresh air, and sunlight. Many people do not get outside to see the sun for weeks or months at a time. The extreme isolation and deprivation places people at serious risk of profound physical and psychological harm. Defendant increases people with serious mental illness at dangerous and disproportionately high rates. Defendants subject people with serious mental illness to extreme isolation with little or no mental health treatment. So the idea that this may be a solution to the mental health crises that are going on in our communities and inside the jail is truly, I'm trying to think of another word. I want another word besides absurd or inhumane or torturous, but it is torturous to move forward with this as a plan to resolve the torture that is already happening.
Can you wrap up, Nikki? I started the clock late, so I'm letting you go, but if you can wrap up.
Okay. Yeah, great.
Under color of authority.
Thank you. Let's go back. Let's go back and look at what we have in our community versus what the sheriff gets to hold over us. You know, when we are trying to stay well and healthy in our communities, and we are met with law enforcement, and we are put in these cages, we are not made well.
Can you wrap up, Nikki?
Yeah, absolutely. I was not made well. The people that I know are not made well. These cells are not an intervention. That is, these cells and any other cells, this coercion, this restriction of movement, the torture, the cruelty that sheriff's officers, do you know, I could tell you some of the things they said. Do you know what I mean? The cold and inhumane nature with which they attempt to interact. It crushes. They're there crushing spirits every day, and we need to move forward. We need to take away their money. They can pay for their own mistakes. Can they not? Can they not pay for their own mistakes? We need to stop paying for their mistakes. You need to stop.
Please, Caitlin Esparza. Followed by Alex White.
Hi there. My name is Caitlin Esparza. I am also a second-year medical student here in Sacramento. I am here, like just about everyone else in this room, to urge all of you to cancel the proposed jail expansion, avoid taking on the additional debt of such a project, and instead focus on allocating resources towards evidence-based interventions to ensure the health and safety of our communities. As a student, we hear a lot about evidence-based interventions, and it's a good thing we do, because it's the relatively simple concept that you should put money and time and resources into the things that are proven to work. And so I find it really odd that we don't apply this framework to other things, and that with something as important as our local government and as important as the safety of our communities, we don't approach problems with an evidence-based mindset, and we don't look at what the research tells us. Because if you did, then it would be extremely clear that this jail expansion is a terrible idea. Jails are the antithesis of evidence-based. In fact, just about every study of incarceration has proven that it does not reduce violence, it doesn't prevent repeat offenses, and even though as a nation we're spending more than 4 times as much on jails as we were 20, 30 years ago, we are not seeing reductions in crime have nothing to do with that. Reductions in crime have been achieved through community solutions, through deterrence programs, and jails do nothing. If anything, they make communities less safe. In Sacramento, we've been using incarceration to solve problems that we should be solving with social services, housing, and healthcare. We should not be addressing homelessness, addiction, or mental health issues with jails. And I hope that the Board of Supervisors will take this opportunity to reconsider our priorities as a county and place our time and energy into things that will actually help our community.
Thank you, Caleb. Alex White.
Hi, I'm Alex White, and I live in District 1. I am very involved in the community in terms of giving back and providing community service. I'm also an educator. I teach at City College, and I teach in the English department, and we're covering the prison system right now. I showed my students the 13th documentary by Ava DuVernay. It's on Netflix. I highly suggest you watch it if you have Netflix. If you watch that documentary, everything that everyone's been saying is put in a very nice message in that video, that the criminal justice system is deeply flawed in our society. I do believe in the civic process, and I do preach that to my students. I preach that they should be involved in the democratic process of change in our society. And like I said, I take accountability for my neighborhood and my community, but it can't just be on individuals to change the broken system. We need the people that we elected to have power over us, our elected officials, to do something about the broken system that we are all suffering from. We all know that jails are not solving the problem. Everybody has given like so much great information and so much data to share that. So I think we need you all to have courage and political will to actually do the right thing. And that's why I'm here, because I felt like I have to at least tell my students that I came here to talk to you as humans, because a lot of people don't think that politicians have hearts or care, right? And I disagree. I think that you guys are humans. I think you do care, and I think that we can change things if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Medunzio Wilson? Oh, it's Mackenzie.
Yeah, that was my chicken scratch.
Sorry about that.
Don't be, you're good.
What was her new name?
Yeah, but I did pretty well.
No, you're great. Actually, it made me giggle, especially because like I have such a heavy heart today. Earlier today, you had the exact same opportunity to change and save lives, and you didn't take it. So I sit here like really kind of just worrisome about this conversation and why, as somebody put it earlier, is this a game? Like, is this a game? Like, why do we come? It's difficult to continue to come here. Like, this is the problem. We can't live here with you guys, right? We can barely live in houses.
Maybe Gladys live here.
Come to your house. And so when we come in here and we come in mass, like in mass, we are screaming it at you. We said it nicely, we said it smart-assly, we've called you up by name, we have kept it semi-quasi-tactful. Like we've done this in many ways, shapes, and forms.
Wait for bed.
Right? We've done it in the ways that you tell us we're supposed to do it. Right. You have been charged with our care. And you did not take care of us today. And I'm concerned about the care that you are giving to my community for the next 30 years around this jail expansion. And the care that you allow for these officers, because that is what my friend Nikki, I heard you, the culture inside. That the people that these lawsuits, there were people doing this to people. And those officers are still there too. You just want to give them more room to do it. So forgive me when I say that you had 6 districts. You had 4 complexes come in here, Susan Peters. I don't care that you only got 2 phone calls. And you had a survey brought to you by the tenants union that told you 1/3 of Sacramento County has received a rent increase and an eviction notice. And you told me, Ms. Ross, that you were a landlord and that you were too worried about it.
Are you a landlord up there?
No, I just...
Thank you, Mackenzie.
This is a problem.
Thank you.
Listen to us.
Spencer May.
Somebody make me go crazy.
Spencer May. No? Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Go on.
Thought you were leaving.
Okay. My name is Spencer May. I'm a medical student in Sacramento. I'm here in strong opposition to the jail expansion, and I ask that tonight you cancel these plans. Because the same principles that I'm learning in medical school apply to people in power who make decisions about our community. For example, a $10 tetanus vaccine can save a life. And if an unvaccinated child gets tetanus, the medical bills that accumulate to treat and cure that child is $1 million. This same logic applies. We also learn in medical school from our best mentors that people are not their diseases. People are not problems. People are people. And a jail expansion only but pathologizes people when they should be treated and cared for. And lastly, we also learned from William Osler, the founder of internal medicine, that listen to patients, because patients will tell you what they need. Listen to us, and listen to our jailed brothers and sisters who need much more than a jail cell. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Barkley Baskin. followed by Hassan.
Thank you. Today I'm formally representing as an executive member of the Greater Sacramento NAACP. We stand very proudly as a partner with Decarcerate Sacramento and all of their partners. It might be helpful to talk a little bit about best practices and to ask all of you, since so many of us are researchers, how many of you have researched other counties and the best practices of other counties who are doing well and have surpluses in their budget? Contra Costa County's planning and coordination, which has a jail population 1/3 our size. They also jail people at half the rate Sacramento County does. They are hailed as a national model of jail reform. Their crime rates also continue to experience historic lows, while their jail populations continue to decrease tremendously. LA County, with strong board support and their leadership, has drafted an Alternatives to Incarceration work group to pave the way for sound investments in community services that prevent unnecessary interaction with law enforcement. These are our suggested next steps. Create a comprehensive adult correctional system plan with community partners. Other people presented today earlier, they all have community partners. This was the only thing that I've heard for months that has no community partners as a part of the planning, none. Do listening sessions out in the community, real community engagement. Assess and coordinate impacts of promising initiatives, probation and courts pretrial release pilot, stepping up initiative with 4 other counties focusing on mental health and jails, sheriff's cite and release, collaboration and diversion courts, debt of human assistances, flexible housing pool. They are including the voices of those who lived experience, those with lived experiences, and those closest to the problem, almost done, and collaborating with community groups to yield true evidence-based approaches to public safety. Please do your research, look at the other counties. It will inform you.
Thank you, Lynn. Hassan? Is Hassan J or T?
There's a lot I'd like to say up here, but a lot of brave people have already come up and said quite a bit of what I wanted to say. What I want to talk about is something that hasn't been explicitly addressed, but it's been danced around. And that's the complete dissonance between the presentations that Little Jeff Sessions gave and the reality of what's in these jails. So I want to ask y'all, don't y'all think it's a little bit disingenuous to suggest that these funds are needed for completely unobjectionable things? You know, like some of the things that were cited were increasing the amount of nurses and classrooms for culinary classes. Right? These are very suspiciously unobjectionable things to ask like for funds for. But when you take into account the reality that's lived by folks inside of these prisons, what you've heard like for the last like 3 hours, couple hours, like where people are like routinely denied like medical care and like harassed and abused. Like, okay, there could be 100 nurses for every 100 like people in that jail. It does not matter how many medical professionals are in this jail. What matters is, one, that they are denied care by these people. And what is also messed up is that you're trying to treat people in a condition where they cannot be treated for these like issues. You cannot treat people inside of a prison, no matter what. These prisons create problems. They're not meant to treat them. And to suggest that you can treat them with like more funding for more nurses is like, that's a blatant lie. Like, this person lied to y'all and they lied to us. And y'all should hold him accountable for for trying to like literally like pull a fast one over y'all. Like, these are two completely different pictures. Like what he painted was a fantasy. It was a fantasy that he wants to sell you so that you can give him some funds to like do whatever he wants to his jail. But the reality is, no matter what you give him funds for, it's going to be used to harm people, period. It's going to be used to abuse people. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. Matthew Bridges, followed by Colin Meinrath.
Good evening.
All right, so my name is Matthew Bridges. I'm a concerned Sacramento resident in District 1. We have a very serious obligation to stop jail expansion in Sacramento County, to step back and strategically reevaluate our priorities as a county with a significant amount of community engagement and partnership with those who are most impacted by the criminal justice system. Where is the community engagement? Where is the data on community impact throughout the county if this jail expansion were to continue, and if the county were to commit to 30 years of ongoing operational costs? And it seems that we are making decisions for current and future generations without any real data on how communities will be impacted, as I said. And I just don't understand how we can expect to continue to promote positive health and life outcomes for our county's most vulnerable residents if we, as we've seen in from previous folks and our data on the sheriff's budget, if we continue to increase our investment in incarceration. So I really want to urge you all to think about the future Sacramentans, as well as those who will be sitting in your seats in the future, and the kinds of expenses and costs they're going to have to deal with as they're making decisions for the welfare of the county and its residents. Furthermore, according to the Advancement Project, Sacramento County is the 50th out of all the counties in California, the 50th most racially disparate county in the state. And I don't see how continuing to expand our jail would do anything to reduce those disparities. And as Lynn mentioned, we really need to make an effort to consult with other counties and other experts on these topics, because there's a lot of research in this area. As the LA board in August, out of their recent proceedings, they have made a very concrete shift away from incarceration and into community-based treatment. So thank you.
Thank you. Colin Meinrath.
Hey, thank you very much. So I think there's a lot of denial in general about what incarceration and U.S. mass incarceration is really about and what it really involves. I think it's kind of naive to pretend like the original intention, certainly at least during the Reagan administration, was really to reduce crime. I just don't believe that. I don't for 1 minute believe that. I think that it is about it, certainly at that point, and to an extent still is, about controlling certain populations that have always just been inconvenient for the most powerful people in America. And I think that kind of like mechanized incarceration, that mechanized like taking away of people's lives, is an atrocity. And it has always been understood by the people that it's happening to as an atrocity. And there are just so many people who not only deserve a second chance, but really never got a first one to begin with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christian Morgan, or I'm sorry, Nancy Juarez first.
So first of all, I just want to thank all of y'all in the crowd today, because sharing your narratives, it's not easy. These are our stories. So thank you for being vulnerable and taking that time. My name is Nancy Juarez. I'm an undergraduate student at the University of California, Davis. I missed 2 classes to be here today, thinking that we would start at 3. If some of you didn't know, and if you do know, this is a reminder, the difference between jail and prisons is that jails Cage people before they've been found guilty of any crime. This means people are being punished before they're sentenced. Please do not fund keeping innocent, mentally ill, houseless people in cages. Let it be known, jail has higher suicide rates than prisons. Can we begin to imagine a world where we choose care instead of cages? Let today be that day. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian Morgan, followed by Jesus Franco.
Hello, good evening. My name is Christian Morgan, and I did not expect to be here this morning, I was here since 3 o'clock today, 2:30 today, and I also missed 2 classes, but I've been moved by the voices today, and I'm also in mourning, and I feel like they won't be heard today. I don't have any expertise to share, but just being affected by the justice or injustice system, I just felt like I should say something. You know, as a daughter of a woman who has called the police to detain her abuser and ended up being detained herself and almost in custody to her son, being the niece of an uncle who suffers schizophrenia and suffers homelessness and also is under threat of being incarcerated, my heart bleeds. And I don't have confidence that there will be moves in opposition of this expansion, and I just want to share how hurt I am and how saddened I am, and but thank you for listening to my words.
Thank you. After Jesus is Icy.
Howdy. I'm no doctor, but let's lock up each one of you in solitary confinement for 23 hours a day, just for a week. And you can tell me what effect that has on your mental health. I bet you'll come out with a 1,000-page report, you know, with things that'll probably work better than that. Just some thought. What's up, Don?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. We need preventive care, not reactionary care, not temporary solutions. Which is why I just came back from City Hall advocating to raise the city's budget for youth services. There's things going across. Tonight, there are schools proposed to be closed, jails to be expanded. Literally tonight. What type of world do we bring youth in where the jail system is the largest public housing facility in the county? I strongly urge the board to cancel plans of any jail expansion and continue to engage with the people of the county, family of those affected, and health professionals to determine a fitting proposal by and for the population it serves. Work with us to create a community proposal as community reinvestment grants come out to support those impacted by the war on drugs and the war on poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. Icy? Nope.
Icy's a youngster and it was her bedtime.
Okay. Chad. It's Chad.
Hi, I'm in support of not expanding the jail. Mass incarceration is a fascist mechanism of population control, and that's what this $89 million proposal is. And so I'm in support of the folks who want to fund public services instead of incarcerating our most vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. That is the last public comment card I have. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is, thank you. My name is Bridget Duffy. I'm a member of the Green Party and a representative of Extinction Rebellion. And one of the things Extinction Rebellion is asking is for the forming of people's assemblies to do just what was talked about in the audience. There's been research done. Following the science, as far as this goes, really is the only moral choice, the only ethical choice that you have. Do not expand jails, which are not working, which are incarcerating African American people at ridiculous numbers, that really outside countries are starting to look at what we're doing and going, wow, this reminds us a lot of Germany, okay? And what was happening with Jewish people in Germany. They were isolated into ghettos. They were incarcerated. Their houses and their material objects were taken away. Okay, and then eventually they were, funneled into death camps, which, I don't know if you've been at a homeless encampment, but yeah, there's sickness, welling up within these communities that you are classically you're doing nothing to prevent it, and you're doing everything actually to support it. And the people in this room, many people, a torturous day sitting here of their own volition. We're not getting paid for this. You're getting paid for this. You have good jobs, you have mortgages. You're getting paid to do this. We're not getting paid to do this. We are crying out to our government, please stop the madness. Stop the madness. Police, we know that half of the people in jail are mentally ill. They need to be in hospitals. We don't need to be expanding jails. We need to be expanding services. Pure and simple. Now, I hope we have a different result than we had earlier, because it was heartless.
Thank you, Bridget.
What you guys have done to to renters,
thank you.
Heartless. And I plan to hold you responsible financially for the hardship that you are causing people in the next 7 weeks.
Thank you very much.
I guarantee it.
Thank you. Please state your name. Okay, thank you. And I don't have any more cards, so this is going to be our last speaker, correct? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Hi. My name's Claire White. I am a special education teacher in Elk Grove Unified School District. Thanks, Devin. I work in South Sacramento because the boundaries are split kind of funny. And I wasn't planning to speak, but I am very much an advocate for services for youth, services for students whose parents are disproportionately put into prison because of what they look like and their opportunities as a child and our racist justice system. I just want to level with you as a human, as a person, as someone who wants to have kids, as a member of the Sacramento community. I just want to level with you that I think that you do have compassion in your heart somewhere to really understand, I'll probably cry because I'm thinking about my students, but I come home so exhausted because I work with students who are poor, whose families are in prison, whose fathers are maybe going to be deported. I come home and I cry because I'm so exhausted at trying to provide what my kids' basic needs are in a system and in a country and a state where they are not seen as human beings, where their parents who are imprisoned are not seen as human beings. And it breaks my heart. And it breaks my heart for the future of our country, because I see you as people, and I just want people who are imprisoned because of whatever has happened in their life, because of whoever's profiling, because of whatever's happened, they are a human being regardless, they're deserving of dignity and love and respect and an opportunity to thrive and have health and pursue happiness in their own individual lives. And I really urge you to take the time and to really look into your psyche and your hearts and think about your children and how you would want them to be treated if they were experiencing a health crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was, as I said, the last speaker we have for the evening, so we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unless someone has some other questions, I wanted to enter some comments and then maybe offer up a motion. I want to just, again, thank those who've spoken here today and this evening. And again, it's been a long day for everyone involved. And I know that folks have obviously made some sacrifices to be here and to speak to us. And I think there's been some pretty compelling testimony and obviously some very strong feelings, and I appreciate all those. And I want to thank our staff, too, for their work when we gave you a task 2 weeks ago to go back and take a look at this. I think you did your best to respond to us. But I want to just be brief here this evening, that recognizing obviously that money doesn't magically appear, and that if we reject this approach this evening, obviously we'll still have to address a number of the issues that have been outlined. But we have issues throughout this county, and that's part of our job, is then to figure out other ways to accomplish things that need to be done, and assuming obviously they fit within the priorities of this county. And so I'm prepared this evening to basically say thanks but no thanks to the state. Over 5 years. 5 years ago, when we put in for the SB 1022 monies, obviously we identified a number of issues pertaining to infrastructure. Obviously, I think some of the things that were spoken to here relating to work that's being done with those that are in custody. But nonetheless, this seems to me, and certainly I know the backdrop is the consent decree, but nonetheless, the consent decree didn't bind us to have to do this, and I appreciate Britt bringing forward obviously some of the financial stressors here. But in my view, we've already spent $8 million. Some of that certainly from standpoint of looking at doing a water well. Obviously, that the RCCC is not going to close tomorrow, but I think taking on a 30-year commitment, which comes with the money, it seems to me that 30 years from now, who knows what position we'll be in, and even over that period of time, a lot of things can change. And so I've come to the conclusion, certainly for a variety of reasons. I know I've raised issues on this project as we've looked at try to downsize the scope, and I appreciate the staff effort, our general services and the Sheriff's Department and others have been tasked with this. And so it wasn't of their own volition. The board gave direction at a couple of different junctures. But I'm at a juncture now where I'm prepared to say stop immediately. We'll redirect our efforts, obviously, to have to address some of these issues. But I'm no longer willing to support this project in any form, and certainly under this structure here. And my motion would be to reject all bids and to immediately cease any further work on this project.
Okay, the chair will second the motion. Supervisor Frost.
I wonder if, Britt, you can comment relating to the bonds. There were several people in the audience who made comments about this being a high-risk bond debt. Can you comment on that?
Sure. So from the county's standpoint, this is a grant. The state would be basically giving us this money. From the state standpoint, the state would be issuing bonds, lease revenue bonds, much like we issue COPs where we have a financing authority in the county and there's a lease arrangement between the county and the financing authority in order to issue COPs. There's basically a lease agreement between the State Board of State Community Corrections and the Public Works Board that provides the mechanism to issue these lease revenue bonds. Obviously, any revenue bond, a lease revenue bond or a COP, is less creditworthy than general obligation bonds, which is, I think, what's being referred to. If the state were to actually go to a vote and secure taxes and issue general obligation bonds, those would be more creditworthy. But these lease revenue bonds are fairly solid credit. From a credit standpoint, they're as good as the credit of the state of California, basically. That's who's issuing the bonds.
I think Supervisor Frost, whatever amount of money, if the county were to pursue it, let's say for argument's sake, it's $55 million, that's what we will get from them. If their credit and if their interest cost goes up, the state will have to pick that up. It won't come back to the county to pick up the difference.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Or Neb, I can't
The
hear
board
you.
is deliberating. Thank you. Did you finish, Mr. Gill?
Could you ask the county executive could you repeat that? So you're
Yeah, I
speaking very
didn't hear-
softly.
I couldn't hear
you.
it.
From a county perspective, if we get $55 million, that's what we will have. There's no repayment. If for whatever reason they run into trouble, the state does, it will be the state general fund that will have to make any difference that they have.
And the staff recommendation that you have put before us is basically saying, let's reduce the scope just a little bit, and also to go back and confirm with the state that we can actually make some adjustments before rejecting the bid. Is that correct?
No, I think we're recommending that you reject the bids. The resolution before you would reject the bids, would authorize a revision in the scope by the deletion of that one building, and then proceed with the bidding subject to approval by the State Board of Community Corrections and Public Works Board. They have, under the program, they have to approve any changes to the scope.
Do you have any reason to assume they wouldn't approve changes to scope?
I don't believe that they will say no. I don't believe at this point.
Okay, so I guess I'll just say that I don't view this as an expansion of the jail. In my,
Excuse me.
Please give her, everybody got a chance to speak this evening, and there weren't interruptions. I know this is a tough issue for everybody in the room, but let's hear our colleagues speak, please.
This is something we've been working on for a long time. The county is obligated with the consent decree. It's clear that if we do not take this money from the state within the next 3 to 5 years, there will be requirements from the consent decree that require us to actually provide a lot of what's being done with the money here today. I've heard a lot of people talking about how you care about people and how you care about how they're treated in the jails, and I'm interested. I know people that have been in jail. I have family members that have been in jail before, and I think whenever someone that you know goes into the jail, you want to know that they're in accommodations that are going to be safe and that they're going to receive proper treatment. And what these programs, the improvements to the facilities, the work that is being done here is to reduce recidivism and process people into the jails in a way that we get them in a place that is better if they're on the mental health roll, to get them in a place that's more suitable for them, and to get them the treatment that they need, and also to provide services that are going to help them transition back into communities and have a greater success at that. So I'm not going to support turning away the money, because we need the money. We don't just
Excuse
have
me,
the money.
I'm sorry.
Your turn.
We need the money to update our facilities. There's two things that we are obligated to do, and one is to maintain our facilities, and the other is the consent decree, which is a lawsuit, and we do have to fulfill the agreement on the consent decree. And so this will help us accomplish those two things. And so for that reason, I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
Okay, any other comments? Are you making a substitute motion, or what was your intention with that?
Yes, I can make a substitute. Happy to make a substitute motion.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm making a substitute motion to support the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Okay, motion fails for lack of a second. We do have the original motion on the floor, and so we will call the question. Let's vote.
I'm waiting. And the motion fails. It's a split vote.
So no action. Can't proceed. It's effectively a no vote, correct?
I believe so. Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Nothing happens.
Nothing.
Yeah.
We turn away the money, or
We don't have the money yet.
what does that mean?
We're not doing the staff recommendation.
We're not doing the
is all
staff
it
report,
means,
yeah.
That's all that means.
Basically, it fails for lack of an action.
Yeah.
The staff recommendation does.
Right.
So the money is, so the grant is, that means we're not looking at this again, or what does that mean?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I think our
In relation to this, the question regarding the bids, I can address that and possibly nothing else, but in the county standard specifications, there is a statement that the bids are valid for 30 days. It's obviously been much longer than 30 days at this point, so the contractor would have the opportunity to now withdraw, the contractors withdraw their bids. The county cannot force the bidders to keep their bids open. By virtue of that section, arguably, the bids are being rejected anyway.
Okay.
But that doesn't address the second question about the grant, and that will have to be discussed, I think, further.
Well, we look at it, the bids are rejected, there's not a project at this point.
Okay.
So we have to then evaluate what our options are.
Okay. Please, we have more business to conduct, so we would appreciate you.
Go to sheriff.
We have appointments.
Yeah, item 50.
If you could please keep it down, we
50,
have more
50.
business to conduct. Item 50?
Yes. 50.
Shelter now, no jail. We're dying out here. What's too fraud?
Right now, we're rejecting these bids.
Let's do it.
All right, so item 50, you are continuing to November 19th, the Cordova Community Planning Advisory
If you could please
Council.
take your conversations outside, we still have business to conduct. Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay, you're continuing to November 19th, the Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, continuing to December 17th, the Casumnas Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, Elk Grove Casumnas Cemetery District, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, Maternal Child and Adolescent Health Advisory Board, North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And for your items today, you have the Children's Coalition. Mr. Kennedy.
Chiefs recommend nominating Carla Kelly and continue the remainder to December 10th.
We have the Disability Advisory Commission.
Chiefs recommend continuing this to December 17th.
Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee.
Chiefs recommend continuing to December 10th.
In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee.
Chiefs recommend nominating Susan Pointer and continue the remainder to December 17th.
And then, do you have the notes for Supervisor Cerna?
I do.
Okay. For the Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council?
District 1 nominates Rosalind Bryant.
Okay. And then Sacramento County Mental Health Board, Mr. Natoli.
Continue to November 19th, please.
And then Sacramento County Youth Commission, Ms. Peters.
I'm nominating Katie Ha and continue the remainder to December 10th.
Okay, and then Supervisor Natoli.
Hold open, put it over to December 17th. We're waiting for some applicants.
Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission, Mr. Kennedy.
Continue to December 10th.
And then Mr. Natoli.
Continue to November 19th, please.
Okay, and then we have the South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Cernas. Votes.
District 1 continues to December 17th.
And Mr. Kennedy.
And reappoint, hang on. Reappoint, I'm working off two scripts here. Reappoint Stephanie Williams and continue the remainder to December 10th.
Okay. And that concludes your nominations.
All right. With that, is there any comments from the board? Mr. Gill?
No comments.
No comments? Then we are adjourned, and thank you all for your patience.